assess, do the intervention, then reassess to check that things
Yep.
are better essentially.
Yep.
Do we not have to re-educate the body to
Yep.
stay this way?
I love the question, so I'll repeat it just in case it didn't get picked up on the audio. The question pertained to, I did my assessment. I saw my measurements. I used an intervention that was pretty damn good for changing the measurements on the table. Now that I've changed these measurements, is the next step to do some kind of an activity that will be neuro re-educational. All right. And I would say, yeah, absolutely. And what I love about the question and the conversation is that it leads to this discussion regarding, I think that neurology comes second, okay? Geometry comes first. The actual anatomical geometry that you're dealing with a skeleton. And so, I mean, every time maybe, yeah, it is geometry. I mean, we're just changing shapes. It's not going to be Euclidean geometry. It's going to be fractal geometry. And like Euclidean geometry is classical stuff with normalized shapes of spheres and cones and triangles and squares and blah, 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 blah. Fractal geometry is going to be based on the shapes of actually naturally occurring things, which, they've kind of discerned over time are largely based on ratios and things like that. Like, it's almost, there's just weird relationships. Like, I don't remember exactly what it is, but like your most distal phalanx is like a third the size of the next one, which is a third the size of the next one, which is a third the size of the carpal bone, which is a third the size of the forearm bones, on and on and on. There's like these weird relationships that kind of exist. And the same thing would be true like in these other places. Like you have an infrasternal angle. I didn't measure it, but he's going to have an infrapubic angle as well as IPA. There would also be kind of like the angle that would be the clavicle on the front and the spine of the scapula on the back. I could measure that around your shoulder to see if you're kind of compressed or expanded. Like there's a million things that you could see that whether or not it's compressed or expanded, these angles and ratios and things of that nature. You're trying to get the biggest glimpse into the system that you can from a singular measurement. And to me, the infrasternal angle is a great avenue into that. Then it's kind of like, I see a compressed individual and I think to myself that it's probably an A to P compression. And I use a lateral to medial compression so that I can create an A to P expansion. The tube of toothpaste got squeezed this way, and I think that's a problem. I'll just squeeze it this way to solve it. And that's sort of a beginning strategy. And the interesting thing, like you stood up and you're like, this is different. Okay, this is different. And if I'm going to create a neurological change, the nervous system needs to detect something new. Okay. And the nervous system is, this is Bill's blue coffee cup discussion. So the blue coffee cup is something that it's referring to a concept from the book On Intelligence by Jeff Hawkins. So Jeff Hawkins is the guy that invented the Palm Pilot, and he was an early pioneer in artificial intelligence. And he became obsessed with trying to figure out what intelligence is. And so he took it upon himself to just study neuroscience and basically turned himself into a neuroscientist. And he wrote one of the best books of all time on the way that the brain works, and it's called On Intelligence. Fascinating book. And from Rethinking the Big Patterns, one of the theoretical models is the invariant representation of memory, and that to me is the biggest takeaway from On Intelligence, but not the one that we're going to talk about here. He gives this. Hawkins gets into the conversation on the blue coffee cup. So what the fuck is a blue coffee cup? So let's say you have an office and you go in there every day, and it's like you don't even notice it at a certain point because you're so accustomed to it. You know where everything is. Like you walk into it one day and there's a blue coffee cup on the coffee table in your office. It's never been there. It doesn't belong there. It's going to fucking catch your attention. You're going to be locked in on that thing. The reason is because the brain is a memory prediction model that notices errors in the predictive nature of how it works. That's what it focuses on, the errors. You know, it's like you walk down the street, you see somebody with a super fucked up face, and you're like, whoa, like that's an error. Like you can't help it. People are like, don't stare, and you're like, but that's how my brain works. I don't know, on intelligence, that's a blue coffee cup right there, you know? And so to me, the only way that I can create any sort of relearning is I have to create some sort of a change in the individual to the point where you stand up and you're almost like, what the fuck is this? You know, is this the same planet? Like, and if I left you in there for even longer, double that time, you would have stood up and you would have been like, I'm not even sure what's happening here. That's my opportunity for a brain to actually capture and create change. But the thing is, physics has to come first. If I don't change the shape, I haven't really opened new options for movement. Okay? So that's one of the reasons why I go with a strategy like that in the first place, too. I'm not worried. I just want to change the shape first so that now I give a new possibility. It's like the potential is there now. Now, I can change shape with exercises as well. All right. I can use exercise, which is, it's always back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I can use the nervous system to try to change shape. And once I change shape, I give the nervous system new input and it notices something different. And now I have the ability to re-educate it, or whatever the hell it is that you want to call it, so that it understands new methods of moving. And like when we get into all the kind of murky stuff on pain science, it's like, again, memory prediction stuff. It's almost like, oh, I remember that exercise. That's that bad exercise. That's the deadlift. Like, we don't do that one because that one hurts our back. I guarantee. As soon as the person hears the word deadlift, they're already feeling their back. They get near the barbell. They're like, my back hurts. My back hurts. My back. Like they're predicting it so far ahead of time that oh, that was a good one there, Lukey. That's all right. That's all right, big dog. You got that solid champion sweatshirt working for you today. You're doing good. If you didn't hear that, he clearly just spilled a large amount of liquid behind the front desk, and just par for the course, So, I am a dick. I will acknowledge that, but this is a back and forth kind of thing. Like I'll do something and I'll hear about it too. It's the only way I actually know how to show affection for another person. It's pretty pathetic, but so pain management, it's almost like I need to trick you into doing it. I need to Miyagi you again. It really, like, Miyagiing people is the only way to deal with this stuff. It's almost like tricking people into deadlifting without them knowing it's deadlifting, like the pull through. You know what I mean? And they're like, whoa, this is fucking crazy, like hamstrings and fucking like abs and shit. And it's like, I'm like, yeah, you don't feel anything, do you? And then I'm like, oh, by the way, this is exactly the same fucking movement as the deadlift that you think is like the problem of your life. Okay. What if I put a bar in your hand now? Like, cause just look at yourself. Do you think it's really that big of a deal? Like, and then they're like, whoa, what did you do? I see what you did there, you tricky bastard. But it's like really legitimately part of the process of like kind of unpeeling their predictive onion and then kind of sneaking a Miyagi through the crack, and then sort of them being like, I might have to reconsider this whole thing. And then you can begin to unlock the thing more and more and more. And look, there's so much to it. Identity, it's almost like I'm a back pain patient. You take that away from them and they're like, I don't know what I am anymore. Existential crisis, existential crisis, existential crisis. You have to give them something new. It's like, well, now your fucking stomach hurts. Okay. So again, there's nothing wrong with me. This is why I'm not a physical therapist. Like, I'm still a fitness person. I need to stay that way forever. But yeah, that kind of my thoughts on what that's all about. So what I want to do here, I know that people want to see a narrow infrasternal angle individual. We can go there, but I just want to, before I do that, because I do feel like demos demos are great, but demos take a lot of time. And so I want to just say, like, what are the actionable steps from knowing that someone's wide, knowing that someone's narrow? How does it apply in this full model? And the answer to this is kind of found. So a narrow person, narrow infrasternal angle person, is biased towards expansion. Okay, they've probably, if their table tests are fucked up and they're really struggling with movement and they're super narrow, I'd say you have lost access to the archetype of compression skeleton, and that's a problem. Okay, I want to give you access back towards that direction, and I've got strategies that I can use to help that person. And it's the same thing as saying, hey, you are struggling with movement, you are biased towards compression, you have lost access to the expansion archetype. I want you to be able to reacquire the ability to access that. You don't need to live there, just need to be able to access it. So what do I do from an exercise standpoint about this? I've got the narrow person that's missing compression. I've got the wide person that's missing expansion. And I've got ways in which I'm going to manipulate their exercises to feed them the things that they're missing. So here's how we're going to play it. Like, if I'm doing core exercises and breathing-based things, I'm going to cue the narrow person to breathe in a very specific way. The narrow person is going to exhale with a wide open mouth, and they're going to sigh out the air. They're going to do that while primarily reaching in zone 2. The wide person is going to narrow the airway and blow out birthday candles. They're going to be reaching in either zone 1 or in zone 3 with all the expansion-driven joint actions that I can feed them. Supination, ER, the whole thing. Why? Okay? The narrow person has figured out one way to compress and one way only, and that is to use their external obliques to bucket handle down their infrasternal ribs, and this is basically what quadruped animals do. Quadruped animals, the external oblique is a primary muscle of exhalation. For humans, the external oblique is a secondary muscle of exhalation that is only utilized during forceful exhalation. If you kick in a powerful exhalation, you're going to kick in EOs. The narrow person who is expanded everywhere, it's like they're inhaled at their sternum, they're inhaled at their pelvis, they're inhaled at their femur, they're inhaled at their foot, they're inhaled at their hand, they're inhaled everywhere. They're excessively compressing at the infrasternal ribs to make up for it. They still have to get rid of air. They still have to compress somewhere, somehow. And the infrasternal ribs are the most malleable, plastic, easy to manipulate bones in the entire body. So if you're going to compensate anywhere and do it the easiest way you possibly can, this is your first line of attack. I know what I'll do. I'll just bend these bad boys, and that'll help me get rid of air and get through life with the least amount of compression I possibly can. So the infrasternal angle is always telling you about, that's the compensation. That's the first compensation. Because bucket handle down infrasternal ribs is the exhale position of the infrasternal ribs. So that person has compensated by excessively exhaling there and, generally speaking, not allowing those ribs to return back to an inhale position. They compressed there and they stayed compressed there, and they just excessively expanded everywhere else around there. The wide person is basically struggling to expand. They're like, I can't expand my pelvis or my lower posterior lung space or my upper posterior lung space. I can't get my sternum to budge. I know what I'll do. I'll just do that. All right, that's an easy solution. Okay, it's a path of least resistance phenomenon. You got to breathe. You got to send air in, send air out, and bring air in. You're going to figure it out. And guess what? You got to do like 27,000 repetitions of that a day. So you're going to find the least costly way to do it. If that happens to be a compensatory mechanism at the infrasternal ribs, so be it. That's a great way to do it. Perfect, easy solution that's very low from a cost perspective. So what I'm going to try to do with these individuals is take away their first compensation, because they probably have a million distal compensations lumped on top of that too. But I want to go straight to the heart of the issue. And I'm going to go straight to the first compensation. And if I can alter that thing, it might be like hitting the right domino, and all the other compensations just go away. All right, that's the idea. If I address it and it doesn't address all distal compensations, now I'm actually curious about those distal compensations. I'm like, oh, what do we have here? Like, what kind of funky sort of situation do we have over here at this, like, radial joint motion? Like, but I don't even care about it unless I've actually addressed the first domino that could potentially knock over all the other dominoes. So that's the actionable stuff with it, is core exercises, or I'm always going to coach them with some kind of a breathing element when I'm coaching them intensively. And I'm also going to set up each archetype to be able to maximize the thing that they're missing. And for me as a fitness provider, in my mind, the core exercises with a breathing element are the primary place where I'm going to probably, I'll start the narrow in zone 2 in this discussion. And I'll start the wide in zone 1 and move them around back and forth to zone 3. Whereas with the fitness exercises, in the beginning for both populations, I'm generally going to bias them towards zone 1 regardless. Okay? To me, the core exercise, the reason that I use core exercises in this model is I'm trying to change table tests. As a fitness provider, I don't use table tests on a regular basis. Okay, that doesn't make sense in the gym. It's Outback Steakhouse. Okay, it's like, hey, I came in here to work out, not to get on a table, off a table, on a table, off a table, on a table, off a table. What is this? The reason that I came up with sensory motor competencies in the first place was because those are my proxies for the table on the floor. Okay, it doesn't make sense for me to table test on and off, on and off, on and off. If I can get people to do exercises on the floor and show me the highest levels of sensory motor competency for the planes, to me, I'm fixing the table. I mean, that was why I created it, because I've been to so many educational experiences with physical therapists, and it gets built into your head, like, test, intervention, retest, make it as objective as possible. And I'm like, yeah, so I'm gonna need you to come in on Sunday too. But also, I didn't get the memo about the TPS reports, and I noticed that I can't exactly put people on a table in the gym over and over again. So but it's just like, it didn't make sense in that particular, it doesn't make sense in my environment. So that's where the sensory motor competencies emerged from, was me trying to solve a problem that I thought was a big deal. And then once you create something, you realize it actually has more usefulness even than what you thought originally. But that's kind of my thought process in terms of core exercises. And for fitness exercises, again, start in zone 1, progress to zone 2, move to zone 3. I've always thought that fitness exercises, when I think of core exercises, the primary emphasis is on putting your body into a specific position and owning it, and being able to breathe in a specific way and owning it. It's not about how much weight you can move. It's not about how long you can do it. It's not about how fast you can do it. It's not about any necessarily output-based quantifiable thing. It's about utilizing it to change movement potential and to reconfigure the skeleton. When I think about fitness exercises, the primary emphasis is about external output. I'm trying to get you to be able to move more load through a specific distance with certain joints as the primary driver of that, for more repetitions with more distance, more external, objective, measurable output variables. How fast can you run this distance? How high can you jump? How much weight can you power clean? How much, how fast can you run a mile? Like all of these sorts of things, those are fitness thought process exercises. Now, there is this Venn diagram overlap with this stuff, so that you need to have enough control over your skeleton and maintain the shape of your skeleton while you're doing fitness activities, but it's not the primary emphasis. I need to have enough strength and other measurable sorts of fitness parameters in play to be able to demonstrate enough body control for core exercises, but the outputs are not the primary emphasis over here. The funny thing is, I could have somebody using the chest supported row back there, and in one way that I coach it, I'm turning it into a core thorax exercise. And in another way that I have a person approach it, it's a fitness horizontal pulling exercise. I could have someone doing a squat pattern, and in one emphasis, I could have it be a core pelvis exercise. And in another one, it's going to be a knee dominant exercise. You could do this sort of stuff. I just say, like, again, I'm a divide and conquer thinker. Divide and conquer thinker. Yeah. So I just try to give myself the best opportunity to do the core exercises in the best way that I can, and put them in their little bucket over here, and then do fitness exercises in the best way I possibly can over here, put them in their bucket over here, and they kind of come close to each other, and I appreciate where they do, but I still try to keep a little bit of that distance from each other. When I think about core exercises, I'm like the police here, the sensory motor police. Like, I want everything in place. I want it there now. You better not move an inch, okay? And when I'm over here, I'm like free love hippie or something like that. It's cool, man. Like, don't worry about it too much. Like, just have fun. Go get it. And it's like, but at the same time, like, they are going to come to a place where they get really close to each other, and then they kind of go to another place that's really far away from each other. And so when I think about like where they get really far away from each other is when it is as intensity rise. Like the greater the load, in some ways, like the less sort of cognitive it needs to be, and the more it's just got to be like a feeling of aggression or like attack or just something along those lines that is the opposite of like, oh, I'm so focused on controlling them. I'm not going to get somebody to intensity quickly. There's no need. Like you see these fucking high school coaches that are like, making these kids go nuts. And it's like, you see like just horrifying things. And you're like, that's a bad idea. Like, how about we just get them to learn how to do it right first, rather than test it in this super hyped up environment? Like, that's just crazy. That doesn't make any sense. What are you thinking? So like, hopefully this stuff makes sense on a pretty fundamental level. The other thing, like where the other discussion that I try to get into here is just on the topic of ground. Okay, this is something that that I haven't heard. Like every now and then it's like, I think I might have had an original idea. How about that? Like that might be the second one I've had in my whole life. And so this ground and this conversation that I've had about internal ground versus external ground is one that I think is important as it pertains to core exercises versus fitness exercises. And it becomes more fitnessy in some ways as we have more external ground, and it becomes more core-like as we have to rely more and more on internal ground. So I define ground as an object that provides substantial resistance to being able to move it, okay? And the actual ground, external ground, is essentially immovable. So it has the potential to give reactive forces that are basically infinite from our understanding, okay? Like, whereas internal ground is that which you create as a rigid structure that does not move, that you can move something else off of, okay? So when I think of exercises that would involve like TRX or suspension or something like that, like I now have to become my own ground that I push things away from, you know, and the more rigid I can make parts of my exoskeleton, the more internal ground I'm creating. Versus the leg press provides a tremendous amount of external ground. I've got the seat, I've got the backrest, and I've got handles to kind of pull myself into. And now, essentially, the more external ground that you have, the more energy you can drive into the prime movers to be able to move an external object through space. The more internal ground that you need to create, the more energy you need to send to the various structures of your body that you're turning into a rigid exoskeleton. All right? And it just depends on what your goals are, okay? If you are an athlete that has to participate in open space and like basically like have moments where you like create your own forces, you need to learn how to create high levels of internal ground at various levels of velocity for output, okay? If I'm an elite tennis player, I need to move at high velocity and have some parts of my body become the internal ground that I use as my points that I'm pushing off of to create my movement. If I'm trying to win a bodybuilding contest, most of my exercises can probably feature a lot of external ground because I want to grow my prime movers to the greatest degree that I possibly can. All right. So there's a internal to external ground continuum that exists for all patterns, for ways in which you can train them. And depending upon the goals that you have, you can really think about it from that perspective. Like if I have an athlete and I really just care about like hypertrophy with them, I have a nose tackle for football and I just have to like, he's too small to play in the NFL. It's like, we got to put some weight on you or you're going to get shoved around like a little puppy out there. Okay. You're only like 290. That's a problem. You know, like we're going to have to get you up to like 340. Like I better not have the TRX be my primary choice. There's not enough external ground with that particular choice. I'm going to need more external ground-based choices to be able to create enough stress in the prime movers to drive all of the protein stimulus and growth-based processes inside the body and combine that with a hypercaloric feeding program, all right? If I'm trying to develop the Wimbledon champion, the hypertrophy response is not that significant. Like, I don't really need it. And in many ways, it might cause, like, excessive resistance training. It's not just going to cause muscular morphological change. It's also going to cause skeletal morphological change. And if I change the skeleton shape on a tennis player too much, they're going to turn like a bodybuilder because the bodybuilder has the A to P compressed, thorax, A to P compressed pelvis, It's basically a big rectangle, and the things that don't turn well are rectangles. You know, spherical objects turn well. I want to make sure, like, I'm not a great example of someone that turns well. Like, I'm compressed as hell. I'm wide. Like, it's great for competing in strength sports. Like, you don't get to, you know, go to national and international levels of strongman competition if you turn really well. Okay, it's like no. Go play a fucking real sport like, you know, basketball or something. You're not gonna come over here with the rest of us fucking compressed idiots and just like try to pick up rocks. Like, you're not going to be good at this. You're far too athletic for this pursuit. Okay. If you want to be an elite level power lifter, I kind of hope you struggle with being able to turn and say hi to people. Like, you're going to have to make those changes so that you spend the least amount of energy to fight turning. A round object turns easy. So in many ways, you need to fight turning. Like, what's an athlete that plays a traditional sport that should fight turning? A left tackle in football, okay? A left tackle needs to stay square to the D end that's trying to go around them. As soon as a left tackle gets turned, you just lost your $100+ million asset to a significant injury because that D end just absolutely took him out, okay? I need to stay square to you, and as this guy's trying to rip and swim by me, I'm trying to fight turning. There's some athletes that it's probably a good idea to A to P compress. Tackles are good for doing that too. Keep them square, don't let them get turned. Make it easier for them to not turn. Compress them, widen them out, okay? Power lifters, compress them, widen them out. If I've got a slot receiver, bad idea. This needs to be somebody that can run fast and turn and catch the ball. Easy turn. You know, it really is, this is where the usefulness of this to me emerges more and more and more. Understanding what you're going to do to somebody with traditional training, like a lot of resistance training, understanding that like the way that grounding works for probably driving more of a hypertrophic stimulus versus something that's like, if you're creating a ton of internal ground, you're spreading energy around so much, you're just not going to really drive like a large prime mover sort of, you know, arms and legs and pecs and lats kind of a growth phenomenon. You know, hopefully that makes some sense. So, you know, what I want to do, and I don't know if there was a question in here or anything like that.
Is the ISA the only clear indicator of a client who is AP compressed?
Well, I think that also if you're just like, if they're compressing both ways, it's kind of like what I was talking about. They might be somebody that has imaginary lat syndrome. You know, I try not to rely too much on eyes. I try to measure things and like, so it's almost like if the person is missing IR of the humerus, they are they're not able to get their sternum to move dynamically. Like that seems to be a pretty good indicator. If the sternum can't move dynamically, it's, you know, more than likely compressed in some ways. I don't know. It's like it's a tough question. I would say like it's almost like you might not need to go that far down that road. Just rely on your measurements and look at your angles and see what you get from following that process. And then, because I haven't really felt much need to necessarily go outside that. It's like I measure somebody, I feel like there's a lot of room for improvement here, and we're super wide. Like I have a really good starting place to know how to work with that individual. Versus the other one where it's like, you know, this person can, you know, backswing. There's lots of range of motion, but there's no control in the middle. You know, it's like in my head, I'm like, with the wide person, I'm probably going to need to work the ends of some of these patterns, like with the squat. Like we're really going to work on trying to get to the bottom here and breathe and open up that part of the motion. With my narrow person, I'm like, you know what's in store for you? A lot of isometric health, okay? We're going to go to the midpoint and we're going to exhale, okay? You're going to quiver and shake and you're going to look like a leaf on a tree in a windstorm, and it's not going to be pleasant, but that's the best place to put you for compression, and I'm going to exhale you and force you to have to learn how to compress. So those are just general kinds of thoughts that come to mind with that question.
Last one. Whenever I put constraints on my Gen Pop clients, for example, how they do the squats, they instantly take it as a handicap and as though they're weak/uncapable. Is there anything you can do to encourage clients to feel good about using constraints to help with this?
I've never had that problem with somebody, so I don't know. I don't know. That's an interesting question. I've never had that problem with clients. Like I've never had a client be like, you know what my goal is to really like barbell squat. Like I could see a trainer plugging someone's head with that kind of a concept, but like, you know, I don't know. I haven't have anyone here dealt with that with like a client coming in being like, you have? Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. I'm not, yeah, I mean, I can see that, like, yeah, I've definitely seen that with women where it's like, that's not a push up, you know, like you're not touching your chest to the ground. Like it's too difficult. Like, I don't want to say it, but maybe put your knees on the ground. Yeah. Like, you know, cause it just gets into like, it's all ego stuff really, you know? So I don't know, trying to deal with another person's ego is difficult, you know, like how do you unpack somebody else's ego? That's almost like an N=1 situation. I don't really, I've definitely had clients veto exercises, but not because they're like, oh, this is such a wimpy version of it. Usually they're like, this is too hard, you know? And I'm like, oh God, like you're not even close to working hard. Like you don't know what hard is. Like, so I haven't dealt with that problem too much. But I wouldn't say that I have an answer to that necessarily. Like I usually it's like, how about we just try this? You see if it's a difficult set. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I've had only that kind of stuff too, where it's like, yeah, it's like, okay, I give them a Zercher or something, and it's like, I take the problem away, and then they're like, oh, okay, this is great. Wow, this is, you know, why haven't I been doing this before? So I haven't been encountering the problem that that person's been having. So I don't have enough of an experiential answer on that one, other than just saying like, I don't know where they got this.
So let's say someone like back squat,
Mm-hmm.
you give them the front squat, heels over.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as you're not there, he goes back to the barbell.
Yep.
We did that.
Yep.
So as soon as you're not there, they're gonna go back to the even though you show them that's a good thing too.
I would probably just fuck them up with so many front squats if they don't want to squat again until they work out with me again. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you want to squat more? Okay, well, we're gonna do fucking 7 sets of 10. Like, do you still want to squat more? I don't like that's been how I've done it before. It's like, I don't know. Like I think that I don't get some of the same problems that other people will get. I think a lot of times just because I can have a personality that will, I don't know, enforce will in situations. It's like, you know, if I want to motivate people, I can do that. I just don't like to rely on that. I'd rather go Belichick style and just like, all right, I'm just going to stare at it and like not try to influence it too much. I don't know. Good question, but any other ones in there or? Mm-hmm. So it's 3:30? Yeah, it's that damn clock again. I'm like 16:27. Yeah. Yeah, it's like not only is it military time, but it's also an hour off. And then so it's like two levels of computing what time it is. So what I want to do here is just, it's always it's tough with these things. Like I want to just point out, like, if you need a ton of exercise demos, we have that product. Okay, the exercise database is literally everything that has been coached. You can see it. It's the entire PowerPoint. Okay, it's available. You can go through it on your own time. It's like I try to differentiate the product so that it's not redundant. Okay, but I do want to show a few things from a demonstration standpoint, just so that people can sort of see some of these things in play. And the way that I like to do it is to kind of show at least some core pelvis, core thorax things, and show something that's going to get into the frontal plane and something that's going to get into the transverse plane. So do I have anybody that wants to, try some of these core exercises? Sometimes you guys just, perfect. Okay. So I'll do them in the, whatever the easiest place is to video from, which I don't know if it's kind of here. Okay. We'll get this table out of the way. I think I'll be okay with just the chair. So I like to do this from the perspective of, like, if I'm doing a core pelvis exercise, what's the first exercise that I should do? This is where I'm like, hey, let's see if anybody's learned anything here. Keep going. I'm listening. Yep. Show me. So he's doing exactly what I would choose. And guess what? This is exercise number 1 for core pelvis. This is a bilateral stance. It's supine. It's 90-90. So I've got short levers. I'm minimizing gravity. Yeah, whatever. Oh, do you want me to turn them? So, it's kind of like, what's my target muscle here? If this is core pelvis. Just hamstrings really for pelvis too. Like if we can get some abs, cool. But if I'm really differentiating and going pelvis, why hamstrings? Why not glutes on this one though? It's not that yet. Because if I can get the right kind of glute activity, it's not going to drive straight posterior compression. It'll drive compression almost upward. But yep, that. But why hamstrings right now and not glutes? So what we're getting at, like the motion that we're driving out of this individual is what you're talking about with moving the ischial tube. We're creating approximation of the ischial tube with the posterior neck of the femur. That's called hip extension. Okay? I'm creating hip extension with this exercise, and I'm recruiting hamstrings as my primary hip extensor. It's going to be hamstrings in this exercise and not glutes because he's in a position of a large amount of hip flexion. As you get closer to terminal hip extension, it becomes more and more glute. The glute picks up leverage towards, if I'm hip extending close to terminal hip extension, the glute becomes more and more dominant. If I'm hip extending from hip flexion, the hamstring is more and more dominant. All right, so this is a hip extension movement that's coming from hip flexion. So this is, I'm targeting hamstrings. I'm going to have him in a sagittal plane, motor competent position here. His pelvic floor is in line with the middle of his skull. How am I going to go get these hamstrings here? Like, how am I going to coach this thing? I'll do that. What else can I do? What's my primary reference to the sagittal plane? Heels. Just dig your heels down. And I'll even just say, hey, dig your heels down. Do you feel your hamstrings? Okay, so we've already done it. Okay, I got him in a motor competent position and I fed him heels, and guess what? I already got what I'm looking for. Like, I could literally check this off my box and said, I did this competently for a core pelvis. That's why this is exercise number 1 in sagittal plane core pelvis stuff. Because if I just did that from a coaching perspective, I actually did a pretty good job. Now I'll bring it to another level and I'll say, hey, what I'm looking for is I'm looking for his tailbone to lift off the ground, but I want his back to stay off the ground. And I'll cue that by saying, can you just think about bringing your back pockets to the backs of your knees? Dig your heels down, back pockets. Do you feel more hamstrings as you do that? Okay, he said yes. So what do you think is a progression for this? Like, if I'm going principles of progression, I'll just answer these things from a time perspective. If I move him into more and more hip extension, what am I doing from a lever perspective? I'm creating a longer lever, okay? I can literally move him through right to like progression number 3 or 4, I don't remember the list, but in just the moments here, we're gonna start with progression number 1. Dig your heels down, lift your tailbone slightly off the ground by bringing your back pockets to the backs of your knees. You got your hamstrings? I want you to continue to try to bring your back pockets towards the backs of your knees and feel that lift your hips more and more off the ground. Okay? I don't want pushing the hips towards the ceiling. I want a back pocket to the backs of the knees engine, and that's going to continue to bring more of your back off the ground as your hips continue to rise off the ground too. As you do this, do you start to feel more and more glutes driving the motion? Okay, perfect. It's just following the script. Beautiful. Okay. What do I want to do with this individual? I have no idea if he's wide or narrow, so I'm going to hedge my bets and put him in zone 1. We're going to bring the arms down and supinate the hands. Bang. Okay. And I'll actually just have you kind of be even right here, and I'll have you reach in this direction. Only so much so that we don't influence the orientation of the sternum. Okay. With that position and with these hands coming here like that, see if you can use that position to create even more hip extension from it. You got more glute moving farther? Okay. I'm just filling the bottom of the glasses right now to be able to help him gain more appendicular skeletal motion. Okay. And that's good. Relax. So to me, that's kind of like, hey, I'm going to start with core pelvis. I'm going to coach it that way every single time. Okay. I want to show you how I can transition from a bilateral stance, sagittal plane drill, to a unilateral, to a front back stance, sagittal plane drill. I love this little piece. So we're going to start it the same way. We're going to get hamstrings. We're going to keep it low. Heels down, tailbone up. That's the way I like to. So we're going as B here, and I want you to just simply pick a foot, either foot, and I want you to kind of tap it on and off the chair. Yep, just bang, 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 bang. You feel more and more right hamstring as you do that? Beautiful. Relax. Then go ahead, just get both feet digging down again. So I already did it. Like, I transitioned him from bilateral stance to front back stance by having him move the foot like that. That's the first way to do it. I just want to make this mo better now. So we got both heels digging down. We got the tailbone lifting up. We got hamstrings on. Now, rather than just kind of banging the foot up and down like that, I want you to picture we're still going to tap we're going for the left foot as the one that would be moving. I want you to just simply picture that from like a gradient perspective, this one keeps getting lighter and lighter as this heel gets heavier and heavier and heavier. It's going to get so heavy, and the other one's going to get so light progressively that maybe it taps on and off the box. Okay? Now, from this approach, do you feel more right hamstring than when you were just tapping it on and off before? Way more. I don't know why, I just know that works. So Yeah, go ahead, relax. But that's the way that I would do that one. How would I progress this front back stance? I'd do it the same way as the previous one. I would get him into more hip extension, and then I would do the same thing. I would just transition to this kind of heel tap mechanism and say, only do it this way though. Only like make the one foot heavier and heavier as you make the other foot lighter and lighter. And maybe you make it so light that it leaves the box. But that's a much better approach. Why? I honestly have no fucking idea. Okay. What we're going to do is now we're going to make the transition from sagittal plane to frontal plane. Okay. So we're going to start same place. Start bilateral. It's much easier. Start sagittal. It's the same principles. I'm going to go sagittal before I go frontal. So you already know how to start. Heels down, tailbone up. And now what we're going to do is we're going to move with a hip shift. So I want you to move one knee higher than the other knee. Okay? And he's doing a great job. Hopefully that can kind of pick it up. And what do you feel when you hip shift into the left side? You got hamstring. Okay? So in my mind, you can relax. In my mind, I know what I want and I didn't get it, and I probably know why. Okay? Chances are when here's the two legs. Okay? I have my heels dig down, and it's like, okay, I got bilateral hamstring. I asked him to hip shift, which would be that, and almost invariably, people sway their weight or their legs. It's like that, rather than stay kind of right here. You know, I used to say, like, imagine that you're in the world's tightest phone booth, and then I was like, fuck, people are too young. They don't even know what phone booths are. Fuck. Like, it was like, I think you were in the Special Pops class where I was like referencing the movie The Usual Suspects. And everybody just looked at me like, yeah. And I was like, you know, fucking, yeah. Give me the keys, you fucking cocksucker. Like, and nobody knew what I was talking about. And I was like, oh my God, I'm old. Oh my God. And I was like, none of you know what this movie is? And they're like, no. And I was like, listen, if any of you watches the movie and writes a synopsis of the movie, I will give you 10 points on the next exam. I swear to God, I'm not fucking with you. Nobody did this. And I really wasn't kidding. So anyways, this is one of those usual suspect kinds of things. So we're going to dig the heels down. We're going to lift the tailbone up. We're going to create a hip shift, but don't touch my arms. What do you feel when you do it now? Yeah. But do you have different muscles? Some abs and glutes. Okay. Go back to the middle. I'm going to give even tighter constraints. Okay. This side. Well, what do you get muscularly? Okay. More glute. So he's starting to get frontal plane glute. Okay. What do I want? Adductor. Okay. So if I'm trying to get adductor, I'll give him some RNT. Okay. I'll give him a constraint and I'll give him some RNT. Look, your hands as a coach with core exercise can oftentimes be the best constraints in RNT imaginable. So we're going to hip shift into the left side. So get sagittal plane first, hamstrings. And now when you hip shift, don't push laterally into me and you're hip shifting the wrong way. So squeeze into me a little bit. But don't push, do not let me push you around here with this hand. No. Don't push you. I'm trying to move you with this hand. Don't let me do it, and don't hit this arm. So go back to the middle, sagittal plane. Do not hit this outside arm. We're getting adductor? Okay. And now don't let me push you around. I'm guessing you're getting more. Okay. Constraints and RNT. Boom, boom. All right. He's thinking he's hip shifting. He's like, yeah, I'm totally hip shifting. Totally hip shifting. Totally hip shifting. And it's like, there's just a loss of frontal plane centering. That's all we have here. Okay. I have a knee that is drifting laterally. I don't have true centering. So I'm just creating a constraint of like, hey man, don't touch my leg when you hip shift left. Go ahead, hip shift. I think you're hip shifting right, yeah. Now that he's got this constraint, you feel that adductor going? Yeah, he's got it. Now I can progress him. I'll take away a constraint. You still got it? Yeah, yeah. He's learned. I'm just trying to teach him stuff. I'm using constraints to teach something. I'm trying to prevent motion in a direction I don't want. This is learning based approaches, right? So that's how I start him in a frontal plane, in a bilateral stance. What do you think I'm going to do to get frontal plane with a front back stance? Think back to what I did sagittal plane to get a front back stance. What did I do? Well, I did a heel tap move. Okay. Yeah, but sagittal plane first. We're going to go through the principles of progression. Bilateral stance first. Sagittal plane first. Now we're going to hip shift. We'll get into frontal plane in a bilateral stance first. Okay, you got your adductor. Okay, now you already learned the lesson about the better way to heel tap, which is to make this foot heavier and heavier and heavier, and just make that foot lighter and lighter and lighter. Okay, let your head relax. I want him to stay sagittal competent. Okay. As you make the left foot heavier and you make the right foot lighter, are you feeling more and more adductor? Yeah. Do you think you can make the right foot light enough where it would come off the ground? You got more adductor? Yeah, he definitely does. Is this the right level of intensity for him? Or is this the right exercise choice for this guy? It's not. His neck is fucking lit up like a Christmas tree. Okay? Like, I think it says somewhere in the frontal plane thing, like, things to not get. Don't get TFL. Don't get lats. Don't get necks. If you've got those things, go back. Go back. So it's tough. Like, that's a hard drill. People are like, oh, I can't wait to do this super advanced thing. I'm like, how about we just do the thing where we completely take away gravity and we do it in the easiest possible way, and we'll see if that's actually something you can do. I'm not worried about this. He's not going to hurt himself. I'm just saying, like, it's actually still too hard for him. You know? So how would I progress this thing to challenge him from another perspective? But I want you to put the same thought process as what we did before with the sagittal plane stuff. What was the first way I progressed somebody? Nope. Like, I basically just put him into the easiest front back stance frontal plane drill. I want to know what is something I could do for I mean, look, it's already too hard for him, but we're going to make it even harder and make it more inappropriate. Like, let's get super inappropriate here without even moving him. Or look, we already adjusted lever length the first time. When I tried to progress the bilateral stance sagittal plane drill, the first way I did it, I was like, let's just make longer levers. How did I do that? I put him in more hip extension. So let's start there. Okay, we're going to dig down back pockets of the backs of the knees. We're going to really raise up. We're going to get into more hip extension. Go on, keep going, keep going, keep going. Let's see how far you can get. Let's see how far you can get. Let's see how far you can get. We're going to really hip extend you. Yeah, now we're cooking here. Okay, now you got glutes. Awesome. Okay, you think you can keep the position and go into a hip shift? Oh, it's so hard. It's so fucking difficult. That's well done. You have an adductor? Well done. You think you can go into a front back stance from here? You already know how to do it. Make one heavy, make one light. It's way too fucking hard. I mean, I'm just getting a good old SCM scalene training session in here, but fuck it. Let's fucking full send this bitch. Okay. That's great. Don't forget to breathe now. Okay. So look, like I'm just trying to show this from a demonstration purposes perspective. Like, this is how I make these transitions. Like, you can take any of these exercises. That's like a highest level of muscular recruitment you can get pretty much. It's like, I feel like my adductor, my ass is going to fall off. They just work so hard. So if I'm going for core thorax, what's the best place to start? Should I move them? No, I shouldn't. Okay. What's the difference here? Like, well, how am I going to attack this guy if I'm going after core thorax? Yeah, or even just reach that way first. Okay. I'm just going to change the emphasis. Still get your feet in a good spot. Like, all I care about now is the least amount of input for the pelvis. Like, just dig your heels down for me and lift your tailbone up a little. That's fine. That's all you need. Now, I want you to pay attention to your sternum. Don't let this thing dip down. Let's see how far you can reach before the sternum starts to reorient and move towards the belly button. I'm going to let you play around with this. Reach so far that you really move your sternum. You can be aggressive about it if you want. Yeah, just figure out, actually move your sternum. Cheat. Yeah, there we go. Now we're starting to cheat. Now relax your arms back down and feel where the horizontal aim of your sternum naturally is. Okay? Now play around with how far you can go before it moves. That's beautiful. Okay? That's all I need. Now we're going to attack the sternum, or I'm sorry, the abdominal muscles through the pelvis. Keep your reach, and I want you to just simply kind of move. Don't worry about moving the feet. Just move the back pockets towards the backs of the knees a little bit to get more abs. You got them? They're cooking. Okay? How would I go about changing this drill from a sagittal plane short lever drill to a longer lever sagittal plane drill for core thorax? Bang. Yeah, you got it. You got it. Is that harder now? I know it's harder. He's shaking. Okay? I'm moving him into zone 3, so what should I do with the hands? Supinate him. Is that harder now? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm telling you, it's the Sex Panther of seminars, baby. 60% of the time works every time. Thing I like most about core thorax exercises, they keep staying the same age. Okay, how would I go about changing this drill and turning it into a frontal plane core thorax exercise? You can relax. That's interesting. Okay, here's where I would say if you want to make it transverse plane, horizontal reach. If you want to make it frontal plane, vertical reach. So I'm going to take him, I'm going to start sagittal. Okay, we're going to reach for the ceiling and we're going to get abs. We've maximized his reach before his sternum moves. We're going to get abs on with a pelvis. Okay, you got him? We're going to go Jesus on the cross. Boom, arms out to the side without losing those abs. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to bend the elbows and try to keep the hands on the ground. So your hands left the ground. Bend the elbows, just like that's about all we're going to get right there. We're going to own the abs and own the pelvis and all that kind of stuff. And now we're going to play with sternal control, not from a pump handle perspective, but from a weather vane perspective. You're going to be trying to bring an elbow down towards this area as that one reaches up, and I don't want this thing to tick back and forth like that. Yep. Now what are you getting? Yes, it's actually going to be the transversus in this particular case and some intercostals. Okay. See if you can go the other way. Don't move the sternum. See how much you can get the elbow to move towards the hip. What are we getting? On the right side, bang. And it's like on the side. Great. Yep. Yeah. See what happens if you exhale and feel yourself actually begin to do that. Now, what can I do as I try to compress the right side more and more and more? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Do you feel more? Yeah. Works every time. Think a lot about these core thorax exercises. Okay? Keep on staying the same age, baby. Yeah, and you know what he's doing? He's extending his elbow. Keep letting that ride, baby. Keep letting it ride. Plant that index finger right on the ground. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What could I do with the other hand? Keep turning it into supination on the left side. Bang. There we go. Guarantee that lights them up even more. Yep. Wow. Okay. It just apply the same rules. If you know the rules, just keep applying. You're going to be amazed at how far that should have gone. All right. Relax. Yep. Mm-hmm. You got it. Same shit. What is it now? Mirror asymmetry. Yep. It's the same thing, man. Yeah, for sure. Okay, I'm just playing with it out here. It's like we're, yep. Yes. Correct. Transverse plane me. How are we going to do that? Yes, sir. Let's go sagittal first. Principles of progression. Sagittal first. Heels down, tailbone up. Give me that reach that doesn't move the sternum. Bang. That's a better reach now all of a sudden too. Okay. Now we're going to go with one arm kind of dumbbell rowing. Yep. And what do you want to do with the hand that's rowing? I want to supinate that bad boy. Okay. If I want to expand a hand, what do you think I should do with the hand? We didn't cover this from a joint action perspective. Open it. If I want to compress a hand, what do you think I should do? Boom. Okay. If I want to get him more ER on his left arm, where should I send his elbow? Yeah, bang, into the hip. Okay. As you do more and more of that, now here's the part we're going to add some, what do you feel anyways right now? Yeah, you can feel that thing want to go, right? So, and he didn't change his sternum, which I love. Now do me a favor, we're going to add a little exhale to this thing. What side do you think I want to kind of drop if I'm sort of looking for compression? The right side. I want you to exhale, and I want you to exhale these bad boys down. Wham. You feel what that does? It's turning everything. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to start static and move to dynamic. The thing we're going to move from static to dynamic is his sternum. Now, don't be afraid to let that sternum turn. Yeah, it's like, yep, 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 yep. Now, I do want to keep his head down for right now as well. I want to create some separation. Compress and turn, and you got it. You got it. Yeah, that's the nasty one. Okay? What can I do down here to be able to take this thing to another level? Supinate this foot, pronate this foot. Bang. So let's not lose some competency here. Wham. I'm going to go ahead, and he's already doing it. See how he plantar flex this foot? He didn't even think about it, but it plantar flex because he's expanding the left side and he's compressing the right side. Dorsiflex this bad boy. Bang, plantar flex this bad boy. Turn, 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 and relax, okay? Yeah, wow. So, yeah, it's like, what just happened? Like, you can turn all of these things into like, I just got shot to Pluto kinds of exercises, you know? But I'm not coloring outside the lines with this model. It's just, if I understand what I want to do, I just color inside the lines, I just follow the rules, and it's like, poof, just, you know, it's like just a blueprint for nuclear bombs. That's kind of what I want to create with this. Like, look, my man here is still like, man, I wish my girlfriend could do that for me. It's nothing like there's nothing like a man's touch, am I right, Luke? So, what? Never seen a grown man naked in the locker room, Jimmy? So, God, this is what happens. You spend too much time in this gym, bad things happen to your brain. So, how do I take this and begin to challenge him relative to gravity? Yeah, I can move him to seated. I can move him to prone potentially. I could go to half kneeling. I love half kneeling. Why don't we do half kneeling? That's what I wanted to do anyways. Why don't you just tell me what position you want to get into? I get very proud of myself when I get to create double entendre based things through exercise talk. It's really my special talent in the world, I think. So let's see. We are in. Well, let's talk about this. Let's classify this drill. What are we going to try to do here? I'm up for pretty much anything. Where do we want to take this thing? Let's get nasty. Let's take them all the way to like some transverse train specialties. So let's start them up. How I need to start sagittal though, okay? And this is what I mean. Like, how many weeks must I spend in sagittal? I don't know, like none. Like you can just go right the fuck as far as you want, as fast as you want. But I would still start sagittal. So here's how I'm gonna assist him sagittally. What do you think I'm gonna do, Luke? Maybe give him some heel reference. What do you think I would provide him for such heel reference? What about some more DC blocks? Do we have those anywhere? Like, we're going to start with these two, and we're going to build you a little wall. So I just want you to do me a favor, just get into a half kneeling position, a good one, and I just want you to create a little mental map in your head of how much muscular recruitment you feel. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. So, take that thought that you've got in your head in terms of what you feel. And all I'm going to do is have you just move so that you can have your foot flush into that box. And I want you to do the same thing. And I just want you to identify whether or not you have more muscle going for you. Wow, it's just like, that's what I love. Like, I give zero fucking coaching. I just have him push his foot into a wall, give him some more sagittal reference. And he's like, yeah, I got more sagittal muscle. So I'm going to give him some more reference. Do we have a foam roller over there behind people? Okay. Oh, perfect. I got two. I'll take two, actually. It's like the left and the right Twix. Okay. So I'll have you hold on to these with both hands. And we're going to just use these things so that we can also minimize gravity right now. So allow yourself to try to get tall here and put your head over your pelvic. Think about where that is. That's really nice. Okay. You got more muscle as we do that? Excellent. So I want you to, now I'm going to try to have him not lose cranial position. Right here is where the top of the head is. I'm going to push down into you just so you kind of know where that is, just as reference here. Let's have you not lose that and not down pump handle your sternum. And I want you to push back there. No, the other way. Yep, just like that. You push your hands forward and you feel your back go back into my hands. You got more abs? You got more hamstrings? Okay. I'm going to increase the demands of gravity. I'm going to take this one away. You got more muscle? Oh, imagine that. So now let's begin to go more in the way of frontal plane pelvis. Here's how we're going to do that. I want you to make your right foot heavier and heavier and heavier as you make your left knee lighter and lighter and lighter. Just think about doing that. Think about doing that. Think about doing that. You got more right adductor. Okay, wow, imagine that. So now let's go ahead and take them and make them transverse. So I want you to go ahead and row this hand back, bend the elbow, open the hand, keep it tight to the body, open the hand, open the hand, open the hand. and we're gonna supinate. There we go. I'm gonna have you make a fist on top of this thing and crush down through the thumb and index side of that fist. Okay, we're getting abs going now. All right, keep making that right foot heavy, 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 and make your left knee light, light, light. Does that give you more adductor, more adductor, more adductor? Okay, I'm going to ask you to push so hard into your right foot that it lifts the left knee off the ground. You got more everything? Okay, relax, because I know that's crazy. On a scale of 1 to 10, in terms of muscle recruitment, what number you give that? 8, 9. There's no load. You know what I mean? It's just simply playing with position and being able to create sensory motor competencies in different planes, to put concepts together from expansion and compression, understanding which way I want to turn them, understanding which way I want to shift them, giving him a sagittal foundation. Those are the pieces that create these exercises and bring them to a super high level. So, you know, what's the difference between this being a core pelvis exercise and something being a knee dominant exercise? The intent. It's like I'm really being the sensory motor police here. I'm not going to grow a ton of tissue with this exercise, but I'm going to teach him how to shift his body and turn his body and all those kinds of things really effectively with this drill. Might be, might help. I don't know, because I bet you there's a ton of bodybuilders that would be atrocious at some of this stuff. So it's kind of like, but I think from a sports performance perspective, it's kind of like, you know what's a big deal is being able to lateralize your weight and shift and center and absorb and all that kind of stuff. And there's tons of bodybuilders that are terrible at sports. So I'm always kind of thinking about these from like, in my life, I've seen these things, you know, like I've seen people grow amazing amounts of tissue with zero competency, you know, so it's going to come down to probably finding external ground-based exercises and progressively loading those things as your surest fire way to get there, versus if I really need to be able to get you to learn basic elements of sporting movements and things like this, I probably need you to get to the point where you're pretty competent with being able to lateralize, turn, and create high levels of rate of force velocity. High rate of force. Yeah, I don't know why that's messing with my brain right now. High rate of force development activities. Yeah, RFD, like, I don't know. You do this for 2 straight days and you're like, I don't even know my name anymore. So I want to make sure that I can cover some of like the hinge versus the squat differences in these things as well, like frontal plane and just make sure that those come across. And then what we're going to see these things really on display is when you two go through this more advanced workout. Okay, so let me just do this from like I'm going to have you show me some split squats, and I'm going to play around with the split squats, and we're going to do some single leg deadlifts, and then we're going to play around with the single leg deadlift. So if you want, let me just see some split squats as you would. Yeah. So we're going to take like 15 seconds. You're going to have no video for 15 seconds. They're going to swap some batteries out so they can move the camera around more. I'll keep trying to filibuster during that time, which if you've ever tried to just talk about nonsense for 15 seconds can oftentimes be difficult. But when you're me, you can just kind of blah, 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 and you almost don't notice the difference between your normal life. You know, knocking over foam rollers is a special talent of mine, and I'll continue to do stuff. Okay, back to business here. We're going to show some split squats. So, you know, we're just going to have you do a few split squats here. Whichever way, it's probably fine. Awesome. And let's just get 5. And, you know, what do you think I'm going to do as my first approach to working with a split squat? I mean, I'm a simpleton. I go back to the same move over and over again. Maybe, or with body weight, like, what's the first thing I'm going to do? What plane is this exercise? Sagittal. What am I going to do? Heel reference, baby. Where do you think you're going to go? Right back over here. We'll get rid of this thing. All I needed to do is just keep your heel on there, and we're just going to split squat. Okay, compare and contrast the two split squats. Excellent. We got more right leg stuff too? Awesome. I got more muscles by literally not changing load. That's always a win to me. Okay. Now I'm going to try to get your whole foot on this box. Not, yeah, like as much of that foot as we can possibly get. And I want you to try to push this box back. And I just want you to, just give me some level of sensory motor competence in the upper extremity, like head over pelvic floor. Perfect. And let's just get some split squats here. Awesome. Tell me about these ones. Good. Just more muscle. Same, but different. How would I go about taking this exercise, turning it into frontal plane? And not making it overly cognitive. Hip shift, okay? I want you to push into this box with the inside edge of this foot and make your knee go in this way. So towards this direction, yep. And you feel the adductor come on the right leg? Stay on the inside edge of your right foot and make sure you keep that inside edge. And we're just gonna split squat like that. Hold on to your adductor, split squat like that. It's a ton of adductor, right? Yep. That's a really nice job. I'm not going to make my life too hard. I want to sit down. I don't want to have to get up and walk around like that kind of thing. I'm going to be a lazy coach. I'll try to, yeah, I'll move this box back and so lift your foot up for a second. There you go. You'll be fine now. You won't move it. You got the adductor, you're holding on to it. Perfect. I would just say as you squat down, keep moving your left knee almost like behind your right heel. Good. Now, what I'm going to do to make this guy's life easier, I'm going to give him more reference. I'm going to, like one of the easiest references I've seen since we put this tape down is a visual reference. I'm going to move the box to your left. I want you to put your right foot so that your big toe is on the tape. And then put your left foot on the box behind you. Okay, I want you to see if you can keep your nose over that toe. So here's what we're going to do with your hands. I want you to just take your left hand and put it on your right knee. Perfect. And I want you to keep your eyes on the blue tape. Okay, if he keeps his eyes on the blue tape and he keeps his left hand on his right knee, I'm pretty sure I'm going to keep his weight much more centered over that right foot. Make your right foot as heavy as you can. There we go. That's the amount of coaching I want to give to you. Because I want him to get some reps in. I could make it so sensory motor competent that he literally gets no reps in. And it's like, that's not training. That's just like 0 reps. It's too cognitive. But if I just have him say, hey, left hand on the right knee, look at the tape, keep your right foot heavy, get some reps in, I'm going to get the job done pretty effectively. You feel your adductor working pretty good the whole time? Perfect. Let's give that leg a break. And let's talk about a single leg deadlift here. I'll have you go away from it. Show me what you'd think most people would have in their head for doing a single leg deadlift. Like if you walked into a commercial gym and you saw a random person and you were like, that person's doing a single leg deadlift, what do you think it would look like? Maybe not that bad. That's like purposely just like, you know what, I fucking hate people and like this is, but like, like, let's say, yeah. So that's kind of what you would expect, right? Like get a few of those sorts of things in and you're gonna kind of grade it and we're gonna see how you feel in terms of recruitment and all that sort of jazz. And I think you already know what I'm going to do in terms of trying to change this exercise. And let's do them on the left leg so we give you a break on that right leg. I'll stand behind you so you don't move this box. But go ahead, put your right foot on the box. And we're going to do, rather than a split squat this time, we're going to hinge. Okay, so I want to see what you come up with in terms of how that's going to work. So get a couple reps in. I'm going to see if this thing won't move. Hopefully it doesn't move. I could always just move it back till it hits this thing. But so what do you think I'm going to say here? Well, when you're watching a pelvis and you're trying to get it to hinge, what are you thinking with the direction of the pelvis? Posterior movement of the pelvis. I'm going to try to get you to have your pelvis move horizontally further in the posterior direction as you're lowering yourself into this thing. That's our goal. How far back can you get your hips to sit in space? Okay, so we're going to put you back on there, right foot on the box, left foot out in front of you. And my entire goal for you is how far can these things go backwards in space? Good. And then I want to see if we can do it without creating excessive bend in the knee while you're hinging back. There we go. That's what I'm talking about there. Okay. As we're doing that, you're just getting more and more hamstring and glute. Okay, good. Again, I'm just trying to take the same concept and get more muscle and more responsiveness with no load. Yeah. It's reference and a constraint. You know, every time I see people do a single leg deadlift, go ahead and start. It's almost as if they're just doing this. This is how people single leg deadlift. Yeah. I want to see at the very least the hip stay squared and then the whole pelvis sit back in space. That's what in my head, that's a hinge. Square and back. And if we accomplish that, we're getting sagittal plane. How would I go about making this frontal plane? I'm going to hip shift, okay? I'm going to give you a visual reference again with moving this over so that you can have your left foot on the line. Makes a big difference. Left big toe, like, yeah, right there is fine. I usually put it kind of like this, just so you know, like, boom. Like that line now is like, that is my point of reference, and I'm going to keep, if I had my eyes straight on it, I'm going to keep my nose over that thing. Yeah. So we're going to take the right hand and we're going to put it right over the tape. And we're going to be, when you think about this exercise, I'm trying to expand the left side and compress the right side. Yep. And so if I'm going to do that, these are the kinds of things I'm thinking. You feel as soon as you do that, you turn more, right? If you keep this middle knuckle right over that big toe and squeeze that fist and pronate, you feel that's giving you more adductor. It's all kind of expansion or compression anyways. He's going to feel adductor on this leg, and he's going to feel glute med on this leg. They're working as yielding muscles, but I'm going to call it frontal because of what you feel being recruited. So, but it is. So now that you've got those things, can you get your pelvis to sit back in space posteriorly? And when you come up on your rep, don't let this thing leave that line. Yeah, you're going to come back up. Yes, and you'll feel that the top is actually the nastiest part. Yeah. And that's where, you know, I get people tagging me in these videos all the time, and the top is always trash. And I'm like, oh, fuck. I hate being this much of an elitist and a snob because In every other part of my life, I'm basically not an elitist and a snob. But we all have the elements of the things that we hate amongst others. Sit it back. And I'll tell you what I do, put my hand right on my own butt. I'm still supinated, still a yard, and now I can feel where my hips are in space. More reference. This dude's cooking with gas here, baby. And take a break after this one. Well done. For sure, that back leg in this case is the compressing foot. Okay, so if anything, I mean, I could, whatever helps get the job done there. I'm cueing that foot to get on the inside edge and pronate and to IR that right leg, because that compression on that side is going to turn him into this side. Now he just has to accept it. Okay. Go back and get your feet on there again. We're just going to play with the feet, okay? We're playing with hands and everything else. Find the inside edge of your right foot and really pronate that right foot hard on the box. Now, with the left foot should be flat, but I want you to think about supinating it without losing the ground. And I want you to find the outside edge of the left heel. Do you feel the muscles just lighting up as you do that? Again, I can attack this thing however the hell I want. I have so many tools in this toolbox, it's not even fun. It's just, how do I want to go? How do I want to go get it right now? You know?
So all these movements, you're using these for movement cuts forward.
Just depends, man. Like, yeah, we're gonna see it. We're gonna get started in like 10 minutes with the last part of this thing and put people through an advanced workout. And you're gonna see, like, this is the main show, okay? Like on my current leg day, I got this thing and a lateral squat with a Zercher held sandbag on a heel wedge as A1 and A2. It makes me want to kill myself. Like, it's like, oh my God. Then, you know, B1 is the leg press and B2 is the hamstring curl. It's like I go from, but I feel like these things blow me up, like pump wise, as much as the leg press does. It's kind of insane. Yeah. It's heavier. Yep. I wasn't holding that one that great in that video. It should be like right here. Yeah. And it's when I'm coaching this stuff and I'm trying to get people to center over this foot, you know, I use all these cues, you know, like pronate this foot, supinate this foot, because it's going to center me more effectively. I might cue it differently and say, make this foot as heavy as you can and make this foot in terms of the toe going into the ground as light as you can. It's like, oh God, that's so much more recruitment. And literally all it did as I try to make this leg heavier, like I'm just unconsciously shifting more of my mass over that foot. I'm like, I know how to solve this problem. I'll take my pelvis and I'll bring it this way. I'll take my thorax and I'll bring it this way. I'm loading through this foot more and more. If I put weights in my hand, I'm just loading through this foot more and more and more. It's just that like 100 pounds of dumbbells doesn't weigh as much as my fucking thorax does. Because I've got a big thorax. You know what I'm saying? My thorax probably weighs 120, 130 pounds. Like if my thorax is over this way, I don't feel any muscles at all because the foot and the leg is unloaded. If I load over it, I just loaded it with like another 150 pounds now. Fuck. It's like, no wonder the muscle's going crazy. So this is a fucking big dumbbell, basically. I just have to put the dumbbell over the foot. And then I'll take more dumbbells and put them over the foot. The more weight I put over that foot, the more recruitment of all the muscles in this leg I'm going to get. So let's see, what else is kind of a good, you know, we kind of, I think from a, like trying to, because I coach the squat and the deadlift basically with my core exercises quite a bit. You know, like if you can own a core pelvis exercise, you can kind of own a deadlift and a squat, so to speak. I coach my pressing exercises with core thorax exercises. It's like the biggest error I see with upper body lifting is lack of control of the sternum. Okay, it's like if I'm doing upper body strength stuff and I'm rowing, yeah, you think about like ugly rows, and it's just like usually some kind of a sternal error, or like somebody brings a bench down and they're like, you know, it's sort of something like this, and something like, you know, you see weird stuff. If you can get people to really understand how to like control a sternum as they're doing strength training with the upper body, that's the primary thing that I'm trying to coach with them. So when I'm coaching upper body exercise like bench press, you know, I'll give, if I want to compress, yeah, I'm going to turn the bar that way, and I'm going to focus through the index finger, palm side knuckle, and I'm going to keep that, but I'm just not going to move the sternum. Like the sternum stays still, and I feel like that's my generation for really being able to create tremendous levels of force. And when I just see weaker people lift, it's just a sloppy sternum that's all over the place. Now, you could turn it into a dynamic sternum once you understand how to control it first. I got no problem with it moving. Just show me you can hold it still first. Start static. Start static. Then we can go dynamic. Sure, no problem. So we saw that with the lat pull down. You know, like you were able to really own that sternum and expand through the back on the way up and then hold it. And it's just like lat city, pump city. It's an impressive response that you get from that. You're like, like I can't even believe how much muscle I'm getting with this. That's the goal that I've got. If I can take every rep and bring it from meh to hey, that's the goal with the competencies being added to it. So let me organize the training, the advanced training session. What I'm going to do, just because I don't have PowerPoint slides in front of me, this is the only fucking time I really need the PowerPoint, because I've got the workouts in the end of the PowerPoint. If you go through the PowerPoint, at the end of it, we encounter this thing, and it's like programs in there, and I've got a football program, and I've got a tennis program. We are going to do the tennis program. I can't remember if it's day 2 or day 3, but one of them is kind of a low velocity sensory motor dominant day. So if somebody has that available and they can tell me what the exercises are in there, we can at least like write it on the board and I'll map it out a little bit. If you could hand me that whiteboard. There we go. Yeah, sensory dominant. Oh, okay. If you want to just audibly tell me what they are. So we're not taking a break quite yet. It's the sensory dominant one. It says something along those lines. It says it's too big. I've never heard that in my life. Wait, we're talking about files.
Day 3, part 1.
Okay, so yeah, we're going to talk it through. I'll write it on the board, and then we'll take a 5-minute break after that. So this is our tennis program, and this is day 3, and it's the sensory motor dominant day. And so we've got what? Warm up is what starts it? And what is it, A1, A2? And read for me with a description of core thorax. Okay, sagittal bilateral core thorax. Hey, we're going to start sagittal. What do you think is a good choice for somebody that's pretty competent for a core thorax sagittal bilateral exercise? This is a core exercise. Core thorax exercise. sagittal bilateral. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. We're going to basically start quadruped. We're going to lift the knees. Okay. We'll just call that one bear for the sake of it being quick and easy to just do as a name. I'm breaking my rules, you know, because it's like if I have somebody trying to learn this in China and I'm like, yeah, this is the bear. They're like, what the fuck is that? I'm like, well, it's this, sagittal plane, bilateral core thorax, low load, low velocity, moderate duration activity. They're like, okay, I don't know what that means, but I think I could figure that out. So what's the second one? Core pelvis. And it's bilateral sagittal? Sagittal bilateral. This is an advanced group. Like, what kind of exercise do you think might be a good one for this one? So curious what you come up with, because I already know what I've got, and it's going to fucking aggravate you so much. It is sagittal bilateral core pelvis. We could do that one. I want to be super aggravating with this one, so I'm going to say it's the exact same exercise. Okay, yeah. We're going to just have it be purely quadruped in this particular case. Just literally just quadruped. Okay, and we're going to just fucking own the pelvis, and it's going to make your hamstrings and glutes sink. Okay. It's like, I just like to be aggravating with these things because I'm like, yeah, it's the same position, it's the same fucking thing, but it's this one's a thorax one, this one's a pelvis one. It just depends on how you want to coach and what emphasis you want to put on it. So that's the warm up. What do we got? 2 sets of 30 seconds or something? 60 seconds. Okay, then after that, what do we got? The lift? Okay, we have a B1 and a B2 for the warm up. I'm guessing I'm going with a front back stance or something. Okay, I got transverse bilateral for thorax. Okay, so how do we want to approach this one? I remember what I did in the last seminar, but we'll play with some different positions just to show some different things. This is a bilateral stance. This is more progressed, so we're going to challenge gravity a little bit more. It's we'll kill people with swords. We could totally do that. What position you want to put them in? Bilateral, I believe, right? I'm with tall kneeling, baby. That's where I'm at. Tall kneeling. And then it's going to be alternating horizontal reach. And this is a 60-second one as well, I think. Okay, yeah. What's the B2? Core pelvis front back. What do we want to do with this one? I mean, I remember what I did last time. I usually just do the same shit over and over again. This is core pelvis sagittal, frontal, front back stance. Love it. That's exactly what I did last time too. Yeah. We'll just make it half kneeling. With hip shift. Okay, what's next? The actual workout? Okay, of course I do. Are there B's too? Is that the whole workout? Yeah, there's B1 as well. And then that's it though. Okay, yeah. And what's A1? Okay, so there's our split squat with hip shift. Awesome. We're not going to do 3 sets. I wouldn't wish that upon my worst enemy.
Vertical pull, frontal bilateral.
Okay, vertical pull, frontal plane, bilateral stance. What's that? Yeah. How are we going to arrange it? We got the functional trainer. We can do tall kneeling, or I mean that's a tough one. Seated. Usually I have people sit on a med ball. Seated, alternating, pull down. A3. Oh yeah. Okay, so they're throwing and then they're
First one is NL, frontal, front back.
okay, frontal plane throwing, front back stance. What is that? I mean, it's definitely from here, okay? And it's going to be frontal plane. I'll tell you what it's not as a hint. It's not a rotational throw. Why is it not rotational? Transverse, exactly. It's a chest throw or an overhead throw from a hip shift. Right there. We'll make it a chest throw. There's 2 of them. Say those slower.
NL,
Moderate load,
SB,
slow velocity,
SB.
moderate duration. So you know what it's not? It's not a med ball throw. Okay? It is a moderate load, so it's heavier, slow velocity. Well, what do you think? What is this? I knew I put this in here for a reason, because this is where it's like, it is a slow velocity, moderate load, frontal plane throw. This is a half kneeling kettlebell windmill. This is going to feel like it's going to rip your butt off. Have you? All right, all right. I like it. I like it. So the A4 is going to be high velocity, right? HV?
Yeah, low load, high velocity.
Bang. So, I mean, it's in this way for a reason. It's like I'm going to strengthen throwing, like frontal plane throwing pelvic muscles, basically. And then we're going to then we're going to throw med balls with a higher velocity. Low velocity. It's like post-activation potentiation for fucking frontal plane muscles, basically. It's kind of the thought process. So half kneeling windmill. And this is going to be a split squat with hip shift, med ball throw, chest throw. Okay, what are my B's? Okay, so this one, what's this one? Hip dominant, frontal plane, lateral stance. It's not quite that. What he did was a front back stance, hip dominant, lateral stance, hip dominant. That's what we're going to be playing with that one. What's the? Let me write this one in, because what we're going to do with this one is it's going to be a lateral stance hinge we're going to use RNT to help get over there. So it's going to be, yeah, or it says ML, moderate load. Okay, I'm just going to make it easier for people. So I'm going to take RNT or the cable, pull it across the body so that I help you center. We're going to hold weight in this hand and we're going to hinge. That's what the exercise is going to look like. We're going to just be right here and we're going to try to center over that thing and we're just going to cook the glute. So it's a lateral hinge with RNT. B2. Okay, I've got a horizontal push, transverse plane, bilateral stance. What's that? Bang, yeah. What piece of equipment do you think is the easiest one to use in here? The Kaiser chest press, baby. It goes one at a time. We got to use it earlier with the beginner workout where it's just here. Now we're going to take an advanced workout. We're going to really lock in the pelvis, okay? And now it's going to be, and it's going to just tear EOs apart. We could, yep. It's just, you know, I can load it more. I can measure it here with this one. B3, back to the throwing.
Two throwing, they're both frontal and lateral. B3 is ML.
Okay. So this one is the slow velocity one. Okay. This is what is referred to as a lateral kneeling windmill. Okay. So you've heard of like tall kneeling, you've heard of half kneeling. This is a concept I came up with that I call lateral kneeling. And it's basically like going to be, I'll use this one so it doesn't have a jacket on the other side. It's here. Okay. It's easier for me to get into the lateral position with this. And I'm going to be doing some kind of a windmill-based exercise. So if I'm able to turn like this, I'm going to be able to shift more and more into this hip over here, and again, center and recruit all these muscles. So lateral kneeling is an easier place to put people to be able to initiate lateral stance stuff. So this is lateral kneeling windmill. And what's the last one? Okay, and this is going to be, I'm hip shifting over, and it's again a chest throw. Lateral stance or lateral squat, chest throw. So when we throw the med balls, we're going to be throwing them at this wall right here. You're going to be able to move around with the camera pretty fluidly right now. Okay, so I'll keep this board with me. We'll open up that space, and we can even use this. We're gonna also, yeah, if you guys wouldn't mind, we're gonna use this wall over here to start with the warm-up pieces. Oh, that one's yours? It's like we all have the same fucking phone. It's crazy.
What do you think?
Go this.
Get it out of the way.
Yeah. Yeah. Even, yeah, right there. gonna start over there, yeah. Oh, okay. I think those are both mine. I'll grab them. I should probably drink some water now. Thank you. I forget to do this, and then I get to the end of the day, and I've got like splitting migraine headaches.
Don't drink it up.
No, I always forget to with these.
Ready? No, but.
I loved you got those shoes, man.
Who said, yeah, let's do this color line?
I don't know, man. That's what they sent to me. I was so excited. I was like, wow, somebody's gonna send me free products for the first time in my life. And then those show up, and I was like,
Nobody requested.
God, why would you send me those? I remember sending the guy an email being like, listen, man, I apologize for sending you this email, but like, I can't wear those. Like, I'm gonna get eaten up at work if I show show up with these things on. Like right over by these rowers is fine, because I'll probably need to refer back to it to see what we're doing. I'll grab my phone so I can time this stuff. Hey, we're gonna put the metronome on just for no reason too. Just so it clicks. So we're gonna start off with the bear exercise. I'll bring over these two AirX pads to set you guys up. And do we have any small towels in the little bucket on the desk there? Two, I think. Oh, that was weird. That thing had some cut to it. So I'm gonna give you guys each a towel for the wall behind you, as something like if you need to have, because we're gonna go heel on wall bear position stuff, and we'll just use these as something that you can start off with. Yeah. It'll take me that much time to set this up anyway. So, if you're using this, it's just gonna be under the knees. You'll have the feet on the wall behind you. It probably isn't a big deal for this one, but it does sometimes help to have even a little bit more behind your heels as something to push into as a towel. You let me know when you're good over there.
Just asking, can you ask them if they have sound?
You guys have sound? Yeah. Okay. Where did I put those foam rollers I was using before? Okay. What I'll do is I won't torture you guys with 2 quadruped exercises in a row. I'll instead give you a tall kneeling one after this one. So it's not really that much better, but you don't in there. So we've got this first one. You guys are well-trained athletes. So bear position. We're going to go ahead and create a nice reach without changing the sternum, down pump handling it. Yeah, just sternum aim straight ahead. The back pushes towards the ceiling. We're going to tuck the tailbone under. And once you're there, you're going to lift the knees 1 inch above the ground, and the clock is on. So we're here. I'm going to do some coaching from this point. So one of the things I see a lot is people will this is actually pretty solid. I'm going to just try to shift you away from right there. We're going to hold that, and we're going to try to pull this on right there. Okay, we got more abs and everything. Good. This is compression, so we're gonna go ahead and go down through the index finger, palm side knuckle is the primary point that you're gonna push through. Brady, I'm gonna go ahead and guess that you're narrow, so you're gonna use a nice, more open mouth, sigh the air out. We're gonna get full exhales. At the end of the exhale, you'll pause, you put the tongue on the roof of the mouth, seal the lips together, inhale through the nose. You're almost there. You got 8 seconds, 7 seconds. 3, 2, 1, and time. And the next exercise, we're gonna go to tall kneeling, and this is gonna be more for the pelvis. I'll give each of you a foam roller. We'll continue to use the wall. You might need the towel for this one even more, to tell you the truth. So with this drill, you guys are going to get tall. You're going to push the heels back into the wall as much as you can. And you're going to push your knees down into the ground as much as you can. And once you're ready, I'm going to go ahead and start the timer now. And I'll just kind of continue to assist with coaching. I'm going to help move this towel for you so that you've got it right behind your heels. And I don't want you to let me steal this towel from your heels. I'm going to try to take it. Don't let me get it. Don't let me get it. Good. You got more hamstrings and everything else. I want both of you to try to get tall by bringing the back pockets down towards the backs of your knees. Use that as the engine that gets you taller and taller and taller and taller and taller. Sternum stays straight ahead. Hands are reaching out in front of you. That's awesome. What we can do during the last 20 seconds here, because you guys are rock stars, you can just start trying to lift both hands off the roller without losing any position. Good work. You got another 10 seconds. And we got 5. We're done in 3, 2, 1. And I'll take the rollers. We're going back to set 2 of the bear exercise. You're well-trained professional tennis players. You can do this stuff all day. Back to quadruped. We're pushing heels into the wall. We are pushing the floor away. We're pushing the back to the ceiling and bringing the back pockets to the backs of the knees. Once you feel hamstrings going, once you feel abs on, we're going to lift the knees off the ground. Timer is started. Good work. We are pushing down through the index finger, palm side knuckle. We're getting full, solid exhales. I want those exhales to last between 8 and 12 seconds. At the end of the exhale, you're going to have the tongue on the roof of the mouth. The inhale falls into your back by coming in through the nose. And just so you guys know, you'll end up driving me crazy with the background conversation. And like I can get very chippy with that stuff. Doing an awesome job here. During these last 10 seconds, go get that pelvis. Go get that pelvis something ferocious. Back pockets down to the backs of the knees, and we're 3, 2, 1, and time. Giving you back the rollers. We got one more set of this. Yeah, this can get rocked here. Okay. So we've got our good solid heel reference. We're pushing that wall. We're pushing the ground. We're tall. We've got our back retracting. The clock has started. I love it. I'm seeing all kinds of hip extension here, but it's coming through those back pockets, going down towards the backs of the knees. The more that happens, the more it gives you the ability to open up that lower back. That's where I want you to feel that air coming into on the inhale. We're going to try to take the hands away. Yeah. And that's just a nightmare when those hands come away. If you need to re-find it, you can always bring the hands back down. Good work. You got less than 15 to go here. This is a good solid warm-up. We're done in 3, 2, 1, and time. So the next drill is going to be a tall kneeling, alternating horizontal reach. You're basically already there, okay? What we're gonna do is we'll continue to have the foam roller there, okay? And you're going to get into that good solid tall kneeling position. Both hands will start on the roller just the way the last drill did. When you're ready, the way it works is you're gonna take one hand off the roller, you're gonna bring it back. That hand is gonna supinate, the elbow is gonna sweep down towards the hip. You're rotating and expanding into that side. Clock is started. And then what we'll try to do is switch. We've got alternating reaches going here. Start by having the sternum stay still in the beginning. So when you come back, that sternum's going to stay still. It's not going to turn like a weather vane yet. It's going to stay aimed straight ahead at the wall in front of you. So right now, your sternum is aimed that way. It's going to stay right here. Right there. Don't let it turn yet. That's it. It's kind of still right now. It's still right now. We're here. When we go dynamic, we're going there. Find the stillness first. Add the dynamic piece to it later. Time. The next drill is going to be a half kneeling exercise, and this is with a hip shift. We'll keep the foam roller. We'll go to half kneeling. You can keep your back foot on the wall. We're going to, if your right foot is forward, we'll start with we'll put the left hand on the roller, okay? We'll kind of start with more of a static concept here. So just go ahead. We'll push both heels into the ground. The wall is the ground behind you. The ground is the ground under you. We should have some sagittal plane pelvic muscles going. Okay. Now we're going to go with this being tall kneeling with hip shift. Yeah. Okay. Make your right foot heavy. Make your left knee light. I'm going to start the clock. This is where it gets nasty. Okay. You should both have, they both should have shifted their mass towards the right foot as soon as they make the right foot heavy and the left knee light. Now what we're going to do is we're going to focus on the inside edge of the foot that's on the back wall. Okay? Yep. And you're going to think about pronating that back foot. And that's all you're really going to do here. You're going to pronate, 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 pronate as the right foot gets heavier and heavier and heavier and heavier and heavier. Yep, that's the ticket right there. You can compress those left ribs down. Ooh, there it goes. Almost there, almost there. We'll end this side in 3, 2, 1. Guess what? We got another side here. I'll do you a favor. We're only going to do one set of each of these ones. Because I've done this workout to people before, and you make them too sore the next day because there's so much in the way of frontal plane muscles trained in this that it's just like, it's well beyond minimum effective volume for people that haven't been doing this kind of a thing. So we've got right hand on the roller. We've got a really good sagittal start. Both heels push into whatever they can push into. Turn on those sagittal muscles. Now we're going to make the left foot as heavy as we possibly can while we make the right knee as light as we possibly can. Clock started. Now we'll go ahead and we'll play with all these fun things that just make it crazy. And that's going to be pronating the right foot. Really big inside edge of that foot. Big inside edge as much as you can. Go ahead and make a fist on top of that foam roller. Turn towards the thumb. Yep, compress the right ribs. That's it, Brady. Yeah, just pull those suckers down with that left hand. You'll feel it. Take the left hand, put it right on your left butt. If you do that, that basically supinates the hand, ERs it. Make that left foot as heavy as you can make it. As heavy as you can make it, as heavy as you can make it. You're done in 3, 2, 1, and time. So we'll cut the warm-up right there because that ain't no warm-up. That's like a horrible thing to do to somebody. but we're gonna start with the lift. Now, this is going to be one where, let's see, I'm going to just, I think, move things around a little bit. I'll go at, yeah, so we're gonna do the split squat with hip shift. We'll do the A1, the A3, and the A4 over here so that we don't have to go back and forth like crazy, okay? And what we're gonna do is we'll move B2 and A2, we'll flip-flop those things, and I'll make the transverse plane horizontal push exercise one that we can do out here, okay? I think we have a bench somewhere around here, right? I'm sure we do. Of course, all the benches are in the back. Oh, thank you very much. Now, be aware when you roll that thing, there's some non-flat spots of the floor, and it'll just abruptly stop and then drive the bench into your gut. It's really a pleasant experience when that happens. I think that for the most part, it's pretty good. It's more back near the water fountain where you're like, oh, fuck. So what we'll do is we're going to move the bench so that it's basically over here so that the butt end of the bench is towards the wall. Yep. And I'll just sort of show you, because this is this would be B2, which is a transverse plane bilateral horizontal push. So we'll do it like this. We'll put feet up on a wall. I don't think putting them on the mirror will be a big deal. No, it's fine. So I'm here. I'll bring the tailbone ever so slightly off the bench, and then we'll have dumbbells, and it's going to be right here, just like that. So that'll be the A2 exercise. The other ones are split squat with hip shift, so we'll keep over here towards the wall with this one. I'll just move the bench over this way. I'm sure that was really loud for everybody on Zoom. They love me. They're like, motherfucker. So this will be the bench station. We've got dumbbells right here. The split squat we'll put right over here. This will be back foot on wall. This is frontal plane, so it's got the hip shift. Use this line to help guide you. So we can again use dumbbells here. I would recommend putting one dumbbell here. That's really all you need, in my opinion, is the one dumbbell out in front. And we're going to be dropping down like this. That'll be the split squat. Then we've got a half kneeling windmill, but we can kind of figure this out. The only thing that you need to move for is going to be the split squat with the with hip shift with a chest throw. You want to start with the bench press? Well, yeah, I mean, we have a med ball over there is all we need. We'll use that 6-pounder. I think it's, yep, that one right there. And the half kneeling windmill can basically just be right over here too. So we have 2 Air X pads, right? Okay. So if you want to start with the split squat, Brady, you can start with the bench press. And yeah, it doesn't take a ton of weight, really. And we're going to do this, we're just going to go really like one set of these things just for demonstration purposes. Yeah, we'll do sets of 10 here. So, yeah. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to slow you down in the beginning, okay? We're going to get a reach, and I want that tailbone just right there, okay? Don't lose anything. The sternum, I don't want the sternum moving on the strength training parts of these. Yep. Now, how far can you move that? If I'm going to take this exercise and make it more zone 1 on the press, I want this elbow to kind of track towards the hip. Yes. And then I don't mind if the hand turns on the way up. That's going to make more compression at the top. So we're going to go neutral grip at the bottom and turn the hand at the top. The other thing I'm going to do with this exercise is, I mean, it's one set, but I'm going to keep playing with this one, I want both hands to move at the same time, like this. Yep. You feel how different that is now? We'll start from the top. Let me see if you can get the whole back foot on the wall. Even, yep, just like that. And what I want you to do is I want you to make that right foot as heavy as you can make it. And we're going to bury the left knee behind the right heel. There we go. Good work. I love the top of these movements. We're going to keep pushing through this leg, pushing through the leg. That's the sweet spot right there. Feel how the top is actually the hardest part of that thing? Now, one thing I'm going to look at with him, I'm going to say, hey, just put your eyes on the tape right there. Keep your eyes on the tape the whole time. You got more muscle doing that, right? I mean, I'm telling you, every single one of these pieces, you're like, if I'm on this line and I want my nose over the toes and I'm looking this way, my nose isn't over the toes in this particular setting. I come back this way and it's like, oh shit, what happened? It's just centering, quite honestly. And so I'll have Tyler, you can go to the what is it? Half kneeling windmill. And Brady, you're going to go to the split squat. I'll move the bench out of here. We've got the other AirX pad is going to be used for this one. You can grab a kettlebell. I would recommend a light one. This is one of my favorite exercises. We're definitely going to use a towel on this. That's the one I use. Not kidding. I hate this. I can't even do this one. I mean, forget it. This one's so beyond me, but I'm not a professional tennis player. Yeah, that's a good point. Split squat. I'd use like just the 20 or the 15. Yeah, the 15 is going to be just fine, I think. All right, we'll put this behind the heel. There we go. Yep. That's going to be in the left hand, or I'm sorry, the right hand. And I'll tell you, every time I do this, there should be yoga blocks around here somewhere. I usually, can I get you to slide more to the left? Or your right, sorry. Just because I know I'm going to have to be over somewhere in here. I give people this to decrease the range of motion because I still haven't seen anybody do this right, you know. So you guys can get started here. This is, that right hand's going up to the ceiling and you're turning to be able to get into it. Yep. No, just the hand, believe it or not. Okay. You can put it right into that block. Yeah, because I want you to compress like crazy. But here's the thing that I'm going to need him to do is we're going to create a hell of a lot more hip shift. You can stay there. I'm just going to show you what it should feel like. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the good stuff right there. All right. I want you to plant hard to the inside edge of this foot. Right there. And then you're going to compress these ribs right here to turn as much as you possibly can. And I'm going to assist you with your femur. Compress, compress, compress. And there's the sweet spot. And that's where it's like, oh, my poor glute. Okay, let's see what we got here. All right, so with this exercise, I'm always looking for centering. I'm going to take this hand, I'm going to put it right here, right over the tape. That knuckle stays right in line with the tape. You're going to look at the tape, and we're going to actually put even more of the back foot on the wall if possible. The whole toes, everything. Everything. Yep, that's a monster over there. So you got the foot on there, and now this knuckle needs to stay right over this line. Now we're going to squat like that. There we go. Good. And we're going to keep that knuckle over that line all the way to the top. Good. you're going to compress right here. This knee's gonna bury in behind the front heel. Yes, compress here, and then that stays over that foot all the way to the top. Tall through the leg, that's the difference maker. Good work, there it is. You got the adductor going, you got the glute going. Yeah, turn, baby, turn. I'm trying to get this pocket right here to come this way. That's lateralization of the pelvis. I am trying to use, this is a throwing exercise. When I think about throwing something really hard, I think about the pelvis being able to lateralize in space. I want you to pronate that right foot like crazy, Tyler. I want you to compress those right ribs like crazy. You're sending your left pocket to the back. Yeah, there it goes. It's like, I didn't think it could get worse. Oh, wait, there's more. Show him what he's won, a new ass. Not bad, right? Yeah, that's pretty good. It doesn't look better, it just works better. Yeah. It's not as good, though. Who cares how it works? It's just how it looks, right? All show, no go, baby. I'll keep everybody over here. You have not done the bench press yet, right? So we'll roll the bench in. Brady, you get the half kneeling windmill. As he walks away shaking, saying that's the worst thing I've ever done. You're welcome. I would flip it around the other way. Otherwise, you're just putting your head on the ass end. You know, I've seen people do that like all the time, and I'm like, no, that's where asses go all day, right? Like that's I guess it's on you, but
This is the standard facility.
very much so. Oh God, those commercials. That was the best day ever.
One more time.
I feel so safe here. It's cleaner than my own home. Clearly never spent any time here. That's all right. It's no big deal. Everybody likes doing this drill. Yep. Yeah, it's great. So it's going to be, the bell's going to be in your right hand. This left hand's reaching for the ground. I mean, I'm sure you've done a windmill on some level before. I just give this as like your target here. Yep. And you can look up at the bell. Standard half, like windmill kind of stuff here, right? Like no big deal. And then we just take it and we make it horrendous with rules. So I'll keep you down on the block once you get there. So we're gonna look to compress these ribs right, yep, that's it. And that's gonna help you turn even more. You feel when you turn, it turns the hip too, okay? And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to guide this hip so that I take this pocket and send it in this direction here, like that, okay? And if we really pronate this foot like crazy, that's gonna turn your hip for you. And that's how that thing goes, yep. Pronate the back foot, because I'm trying to turn her right. If I compress the left side of her body, it's gonna turn her to the right. Yep, I'm wringing out the towel, baby. You got it. That's it. We're trying to lateralize the pelvis by pronating the left foot. If we lateralize, we will turn that way too. Yeah, it's all rough if you do them right. I know, it just doesn't look like anything. It's like, why do I even have this fucking bell? It's like, oh, I don't know. It's there because we're lifting weights. The bell actually almost makes it easier in some ways.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it does. And then the last exercise is going to be the med ball throw. So, but we can have both of you kind of go over there and go back and forth with that one. The throwing a med ball feels amazing after doing this one. There we go. Yeah, compress those right ribs. That's how you turn right there. You know, that's what we want for somebody trying to turn their body. I'm gonna have you really hold on to the inside edge of this foot to begin with. And then as that foot pronates like crazy, you can allow this one to supinate, which will allow the hip to turn. Yep. The hip lateralizes. If the, see the thing, I ultimately want this foot to supinate, but I need the hip to lateralize so that I stay centered over the foot. Otherwise, the femur pseudo lateralizes outside the base, outside, like it gets lateral to the hip and it gets lateral to the foot. If the hip can come this way, now I keep the zipper over the knee, which is my goal here. So we're going to go over to the med ball wall. We have a split squat with a hip shift and a chest throw. So this one, we don't have to do anything too crazy or fancy here. We're in a split squat position. I'm going to set you up. I would just say nice and tall, and then I'm going to take this knee and I'm going to try to direct it behind the front heel. I'm in the position. I get heavy through the right leg, and I'm throwing. We'll get 10 each side. Get 10 with the right foot forward. We'll switch, and we'll kind of just keep going back and forth. Yeah, it looks pretty good to me. You got an adductor? Okay, go ahead, throw the ball. I don't have to be the sensory motor police. I need enough. All right, next partner. So again, for demo purposes, we're going to do the one set here. You know, we'll get each leg one set. So Brady, you're going to take your left knee and you're going to try to swing it, yep, behind the right heel, and you should get a right adductor as soon as you do that. Perfect. And then we're throwing. Oh, come on now. Give me a little pop there. I don't want to have to move you closer to the wall. Show me what you got, girl. Come on, give me a little drive. Don't give me that Barry's throw. You got to give me the fucking force production here. Yeah. Yep. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. Good. Beautiful. I would go a little closer. That way you can get the ball back a little crisper. Put that right knee behind the left heel if you can. You don't have to move the right foot. Yep, just turn it in. Yep, there we go. Own the position and then chest throw, chest throw, chest throw. Right. So those would have been the A exercises. And now the B exercises, you're okay. This is going to be our lateral hinge with RNT. This is going to be the alternating pull down. We have a lateral kneeling windmill, and then we've got the lateral squat. So this, what we'll do with this one, we'll go to the back of the gym and we'll do, so lateral hinge, we're going to use a heel wedge for this. I'm going to show two different variations, okay, with that one. The lat pull down, we're going to use the functional trainer. The lateral kneeling windmill, we just have to, if we bring a couple of these plyo boxes back, they're really useful because you need to create the right kind of height for people. And then we'll come back up here for the med ball throw. All right, and then we're good. You know, then we'll just kind of have some conclusion statements, put a bow on this baby, and we're done. Okay, so let's make our way to the back. I'll grab a med ball. You've had some great questions and input this weekend.
I think if you always go to universal, I'd go.
All right, heel wedge. So what we'll do here is, you know, we're going to use the hinge to really try to drive compression on the side that we're hinging into. All right, this is a tricky one to me in some ways, because if I'm going to lateralize in that direction, I have to compress the other side. You know, so I think that where I'm more tempted with on this one is I'll use the wedge at an oblique angle to be able to feed plantar flexion and supination. Because ultimately I have to get over here, and it's kind of hard to do that. Like you can see on this foot, I'm just gonna go ahead and pronate and evert that sucker. That's the easiest way to get over here. And I need to get into the side first before I can do any kind of exercise. It's almost like if I turn the wedge the other way, it's going to be really hard. Let's see, I'd have to go dorsiflexion and pronation, right? That'll the other way. Almost there, almost there. This would be dorsiflexion and pronation, okay? So I could potentially use the heel wedge one of two ways. Or I could even use two heel wedges, you know what I mean? You can go crazy with these things. If I'm going this way, it's going to be really hard for me to get my weight over this thing because I'm compressing away from it to start. If I turn it this way, I'm at least going to help myself in terms of being able to get my weight over here. And I think that's the more important part. I can't do the thing right unless I first get over there. Once I'm over here, now the task at hand is going to be to try to hinge, which is to send this thing backwards in space. I'm gonna, like, this is where we can compress like crazy. To get over here, and this is where I like this one because it drives home the idea of me trying to fight excessive knee bend during a pure hinge movement. I'm gonna push like crazy through the inside edge of this foot. I'm trying to straighten my knee, and look what happens to my hips. They're sitting back because I'm compressing my pelvis at this point in time. And if I compress, I'm going to nutate my sacrum. If I nutate my sacrum, I make an eccentric posterior pelvic floor, which allows me to be able to sit further back in space. So this is a cool drill, in my opinion. It really teaches these concepts very effectively. There's times in sports where I really want to be able to get into these kinds of positions. Like if I'm trying to cut and get out of it, I need to hinge to cut. If that makes sense. I can remember reading recently, I think Mike Boyle was saying like, there's no, like hinging doesn't really matter for sports, or something along those lines. And I was like, whoa. I usually am like on board with pretty much everything that he's saying. He said something like RDLs don't really, I don't know why you would do that for sports or something like that. And I'm like, the hinge is the most fundamental starting thing for changing directions, I think. I really do. Because if I'm going to get into a cut, I have to be able to hinge to actually get into this hip to get out of it. All right, so what I'm trying to do with this drill is first lateralize over the foot and take weight and put it over here. Now that it's over here, can I get my hips to sit back in space? I'm going to give myself every advantage I can. I said I was going to use RMT. I would pull something across my body so that my knuckle is over my toe. And as soon as I do that, I get my nose over my toe as well. I'll look at the tape just to help with that. And once I do this, now I keep my knuckle right here, and I just literally start pressing my inside edge of my foot into the ground as hard as I can. That's all I'm thinking about here. And the interesting thing is it just hinges me straight back, okay? If I'm gonna come up, I need to think about bringing my back pocket down towards the backs of my knees. And that's just so much everything that it's like, it's abs and glutes for me more than anything as a concentric driver of coming back up. but that's how I go backwards. I'm actually pushing the inside edge, trying to pronate that foot. And because my weight's over here, the only choice I have left is my pelvis has to go back. Good Lord. So I love the drill because of how much it actually exposes the way that the concepts work. Okay? So let's just do it with body weight. We don't really need to add anything to this, quite honestly. When you're going on the left foot, just put it right here so that you can have your big toe with the tape. When you go with the right foot, just swing it this way, and then we'll be able to get over that foot like that. Then we got the alternating lat pull down, and we'll also, the last one will be the half kneeling windmill. We might need like the 6-inch plyo box as well. With that one, what we're going to be doing, this is kind of like, it's here. And there's a few ways you can make this easier for people. If you have other boxes behind them, see, this will be too low. I try to make the height of this at the same height as like the tibial plateau for somebody, because then it's just literally taking away like the shin bones from somebody. Even the bench might work for people, like, so we'll see how that works. But oftentimes what I'll do with this exercise is I'll bring it, if you want to bring this one over, I'll bring it somewhere like this, because now I can give myself more reference here, okay? And if I wanted, I could bring over a heel wedge and put it on this foot so that it helps me pronate. If I needed to, I can go ahead and pronate my own damn foot if I want, but by pronating that foot, it's gonna shift me this way. And now I'd have the kettlebell here, I'd compress here to be able to turn. And, you know, may God have mercy upon your glute medius. So what I'll do is, if you wouldn't mind just a yoga block to be able to put on that so that people can actually turn and reach it. So if you want to start with the pull down, Brady, you can start with this lateral squat or lateral hinge. And we're going to do, again, one set and really nail it. And you'll see the difficulties of trying to coat. Yeah, let that foot go. Put the inside ankle bone right on the ground. You feel that shift right over there? Perfect. Now we're going to go ahead and take this hand and, you know what, do me a favor. I'm going to have you just move your foot so that your big toe is right where the tape is. It's going to help you center over that foot. More reference, visual reference. Okay, now we're getting into this hip. Okay, we're going to take this hand and this one's going to reach right here. You can put it right in line with the tape. Yep. This one's going to come right here because we need, yep, perfect. Yeah, exactly. But do you see the way that her hips lateralized away? I want her to sit straight back. That's better. Yep. Now over here, I'll bring him back up to the start, and we're going to start really well sagittally. Look at the numbers right here, okay? And then give me a reach and supinate your hands more, right there, okay? Now what I want is, I love the way he started with zone 1 at the feet. I want you to just think about, without moving anything, making the ball roll forward a little bit with your pelvis. Feel your abs kick in? Perfect. Okay, keep that going. And now bury an elbow into your pocket as you reach even more. Yep, and then they're alternating. That's outstanding. Should be abs, 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 and lats at the bottom. So we're not going to pop up and go out of this, unfortunately, okay? We're going to compress right here. Perfect, okay? Now you just push the inside edge of this foot hard. If you keep pronated right there, This foot is the rudder of your boat that keeps your hips this way. When you come up, you're just going to think back pocket of your left side straight down. That's it. Right here, we're shifting first. Yep, I know. And then we're just pushing through the inside edge of this left foot. That pushes, that's it right there. That's all you need. Now we're going back pocket down towards the back of the knee. Keep that hand right over that tape. Get tall without moving to your right. That's perfect. Yep, it gets so much worse. Yeah, okay, you're good with that one. Yeah. Correct. So I'm trying to get into a good sort of like absorptive early phase expansion kind of a place over here. And I want to delay as much as I can coming out of it. The delay is a big deal. So I get into it, I compress. And then can I just stay over here while I come up out of it? You know, I'm trying not to let this happen. I want to hold on to it as long as I possibly can. Yeah, I mean, to me, it's like, it's just how well can you center and then stay centered in some ways as forces are trying to like send you out of it. Like start static before you actually start to become dynamic with these things. Learn how to create some lag. We're going to start with both hands up just so I can kind of see where we're at. And here, you can allow the hands to supinate a little bit more. That should expand this area. Right there, perfect. You're going to keep your feet right where you are. You're going to roll the ball forward by, yep, right there, perfect. Now you don't lose it, and you put your elbow in your pocket. That's it. The bottom of the exercise is where the money's at. The top of this exercise is where the money's at. And what I'm going to do here, we're going to take, yeah, we'll go ahead right over. So do me a favor, get out of it for a second. And I want to put the foot right here. Yep. Now we're going to take the knuckles and we're going to put them right over the tape. We're going to pronate this foot, and that's going to send you that away. Yep. Looking at the tape. Now what you're going to do is you're going to start pushing through the inside edge of that foot like crazy, keeping this hand right over the tape. That will make your hips sit back. Yep. Now the goal is to bring yourself back up. You're going to do it by bringing the back pockets down towards the backs of the knees on the left side. Yeah, you got it. You got it. Well done. And then back to the bottom of it. You push through the inside edge, push through the inside edge. That sits the hips back. He's crushing this. And it's like, it just feels like it's like pulling the glutes apart almost or something. You're learning to really create an eccentric orientation in a, like a lateralized state to be able to really sit into those hips on a side. Okay, it's like you're coiling to the greatest degree you possibly can before you would come out of the coil and explode in the other direction. And I'm not like an animal flow guy. I don't know what the point of that is. You just, the point of it's almost like you grow a ponytail and you like do stuff on like a back deck or something like that. Like I want to get out on a field and mash. You know what I mean? Like I want to see guys hit balls into the power alley 620 feet. Like that's cool to me. Not like, you know, putting on a show for no reason. That like, I mean, look, it's different strokes for different folks. It's just not my thing, you know. I'd rather look like a stiff, and then you put like an implement in somebody's hand, and it's like boom, like where'd that come from? How'd that guy create that much force production and launch something that far? Good. Because it's like, I feel like I could always like cross the animal flow guy up. Like, where's your animal flow now? Sending that weight over that way. I really do look at that as a boat rudder. If I want to send the ship that way, that's the rudder that does it. And then all that's left after these, it's going to be that half kneeling windmill and the med ball throw. So I'll, I'll just have one person kind of go, and then we'll both go down and throw the med ball. Yeah, I mean, he's getting enough frontal plane hip with this one. Because I'm telling you, like, you're going to be sore tomorrow from this, and more than you want to be, probably. It's a lot of yielding muscle recruitment. It's like, how could you be that sore from like 20 body weight reps? Because they're yielding to the max, and yielding is what makes you sore.
Are ice skaters with this workout?
I don't know.
I'd say
They might do okay with this one.
yeah,
It'd probably be super helpful for them.
non-specific.
I worked with, I did a seminar with Phil Tremblay in Montreal, and he works as the speed skating coach for Poland. And he immediately understood these concepts at a very high level and implemented them with some of the junior speed skaters over there. And they almost immediately broke world records. So it was like, you put this in the right hands for the right athletes. And I really do think there's something to this that not enough people understand. Like I said, I think that nutrition is well established. Great practitioners. Get people fucking shredded. Get people bigger. Get people to where they need to be body composition wise. There's great program design people. I think that this is a good stab at creating a biomechanics model that's actually more empirical and scientific and does what it says it does versus whatever has come before. All right. So this is going to be that lateral kneeling windmill. So you can put your right knee on the box and the right heel on the wall, and the left foot's going to kick out to the side. And with this, the only thing I'll do is I'll just move you further over on the box, because in this particular case, you're going to be reaching for the block with the left hand, and the right hand's going to go up for the ceiling. Okay. So this left foot is going to pronate, and we'll get it right on the inside edge. Right there. We'll keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. And that should make the right knee heavier and heavier and heavier. And you should get the right adductor going. We're going to keep that, and you might be able to get a little further down. You can push down into the block by compressing the abs right there. That'll reach your hand up towards the ceiling. We'll go ahead and supinate and open this hand. There we go. That should help turn you even more. It's going to be a situation of, yeah, you got it. This foot, we're going to take this away from my shoes, this inside edge, more and more to the inside edge. You'll feel that turn you, turn you, turn you, turn you, turn you. Yep, you can hear it. And then this is a windmill, so you'll come back up, try not to crush my toes. And we'll get some reps here. You got it? We'll compress. I'm going to move this even farther out here. Good. And we'll come back up. We'll get like 4 reps. At this point, people are like, I get it, I see it, pronate, I compress, I expand, supinate, I do all these things over and over and over again. If you know where you want to turn, if you know where you want to shift, add a little sagittal reference to it. It's like the right amount of seasoning on the stew. Cook it up, 25 minutes. That's good. So, look, we could do the med ball throws. I don't think it's really necessary. You get into a lateral stance, you feel some frontal plane muscles, pop, 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 good to go. I like this workout though. I mean, it would make sense if you're training an athlete that needs to be like, shift, get into something. explode out of it, expand, compress, expand, compress, expand, compress, turn, 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 shift, 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 have enough sagittal. And this is one of like, I think this is his off-season workout. And I think there's 3 or 4 workouts in the week. They're not all this, okay? There's like a physiology day, I think I call it, and a regular weights day, and then this day. So, you know, I'm never gonna be somebody that's like this is like every physical therapist's wet dream is this workout. They're like, oh my God, thank you so much for making this fitness guy. Like, I knew you had it in you. I knew you wanted to do it. I knew you wanted to go slow and feel everything for a full hour. Like, oh, let's fucking hold hands and have like a glass of Chardonnay and maybe a bubble bath after. Kind of telling the truth, you know what I mean? Like I remember first DNS course I went to, a bunch of people went, and we went to dinner after, and it just organically separated into 2 tables. And there was like 6 grungy ass dudes at one table, and it was burgers and beers. The other table was long and elegant, and it was just fish and wine. And it was like all the dirty strength coaches and all the physical therapists. Because during the day, it was like we just kind of started to gravitate to certain corners. And it was like, by the end of the night, we were like, oh, we're all the same and they're all the same. And like, we like the same information, but there is some kind of a difference in some way, shape, or form. Like, it does make sense that we went to these fields. And it does make sense to kind of like separate and outsource, because you don't want to deal with me when you're injured, because it's like, I mean, I can't deal with the 93 gasoline guy right now. I got to go over here and kind of like decompress a little bit. Like, I need a little bit of like this other personality in this moment of my life. I don't need you scaring me and sending the, you know, the villagers on strike with pickets and like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm losing the train of thought here as I just fatigue. But overall, you know, what I want to get across to you is extreme gratitude, okay? For everybody that takes the time out of their lives on a weekend and dedicates it to getting better at their craft, okay? I want to again send an extreme amount of thanks to you two for everything you've done this weekend, okay? I think that this is a super cool offering. You know, there's like the things that you've gotten out of COVID that have been positive. Everybody's had something. The understanding that I've had of how far reaching this can be through digital medium has been amazing, okay? So I do want to thank everybody, because for me, I can't watch anything for that long. I can't even binge on Netflix. I'm like too ADD, like way too fucking ADD. I'm like, oh, I gotta get out of this place. I'm going crazy. Like, so if you actually manage to watch this whole thing in 10 days on a screen, God fucking bless you. Like, I can't imagine doing it. I have to go to in-person things. I have to, because there's no way I'm watching it on a screen. I'm too squirrely and a little too crazy, and like, I got to be there, because like, if I'm there, I just have to be there. I can't go somewhere else. So overall, that attitude of being grateful for this weekend, for you guys giving me the attention, and for the demos and everything that you guys brought in person has been amazing this weekend. And for everybody coming and sitting in and watching online, thank you. And for the support team here, so much thank you. This has been Rethinking the Big Patterns. I'm Pat Davidson, and that concludes the show.
Where is the database?
It is, you can get everything through my Instagram bio link, okay? Everything's in there. There's like 6 tabs or something like that. It's a good product. Just needs to be organized better, but that's everything. I don't know if that's ever going to happen. I can't fucking do it.
Any idea on when the book's going to come out?
Like a week or 2? Maybe? Yeah. Thanksgiving week, I mean, don't kill yourself over it. If it's 2 weeks, it's fine. You know, I know that, but it's close. Like in the next couple of weeks, basically 2-3 weeks tops. that's incredible. Yeah.
So
So very soon.
I don't know if you want how this purchase is gonna come into the building of the
What is it?
Will there be a chance to ask Pat, how he does the sandbag loading of the thorax and pelvis with narrow ISA people? I don't think he covers it.
Well, so for narrow ISA people, would you mind actually demoing something for this? Because I know that you're going to measure out as narrow. Can we possibly just bring the table back here? It's just an easier thing to do it. This is like and this will be yeah, for sure. This will be the last thing because like you got to end this thing. Yep. But yeah, I wouldn't necessarily go with lateral lying and sandbag loading for narrows because they're already going to be, for the most part, A to P expanded. All right, so Brady, if you want to hop up here, and you can just lay down on your back. And what we're going to see, yeah, this is a good, solid presentation of a narrow infrasternal angle. So if I drop a measurement down here, you're gonna be able to see this. It's like, bang, what do we have? Like super cute. And you're still buffering and stuff, Diego. Like, okay, we're good. We're filming. So if people can see it on the camera, how narrow that is, I'm not sure if they did or if they did not. Yes, kind of, sort of. So with that as the presentation, you know, the thing I might do, I don't think I would because it just seems like a bad idea. I'm gonna put a sandbag this way. You know, like if it's just like sort of, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna use an exercise intervention here. And I keep asking for more stuff. If I can get a folding chair, I'll just put it right up on top of the table. We're just gonna go to 90-90 and we're gonna do like a horizontal reach and an easy exhale series. We're going to see if we can just do the easiest possible core exercise and change the ISA. I mean, we will. Like this stuff works. Oh yeah, give it to me. So you can stay right up on the table. So we'll go feet up there. We'll go 90-90 position. We'll start sagittal, so we're going to dig the heels down. We'll bring the tailbone up just enough. And then if we're going into zone 2 for a narrow, we're going to pronate and we can make fists. Okay? And now I need that easy exhale. Like this is easy like Sunday morning. The mouth is wide open. Even more, let your jaw open as much as you possibly can. There it is. We're going to try to get that exhale to go like 8 to 12 seconds. All day, super easy. There's almost no effort to it. It's like the exhale is fogging glass. It's falling out. It's so easy. It just never stops. It goes, it goes, it goes, it goes, it goes. At the end of that exhale, you pause. The inhale falls in through the nose. It's so easy. There's no pressure to the exhale. That's the sound I want to hear. It's like there's just zero force. There's like an anti-force. It's almost like you don't even push the exhale out. It's like the universe draws it out with no effort. And it takes forever for it to happen. Beautiful. That's the sweet spot right there. We'll do one more breath after this one. That's it. So easy. Takes such a long time to finish. The inhale just falls in. Perfect. And you can relax. We'll take the chair away. We'll see what we did. And I mean, you can already see it. It's so visually obvious, it's ridiculous. And we change it to this. Okay? So, whoa, magic, amazing, unbelievable. Like, you know, it's the first time people see it. They're like, are you fucking kidding me? The person just completely changed the shape of their rib cage? Yeah, but after you've done it a million times, it's like, whatever, no big fucking deal. Follow the rules. You change shapes of skeletons all the time. You just don't know it. You didn't realize it. You didn't have a targeted approach. It wasn't as specific as it could have been. So again, like she's got expansion everywhere. And the only place she's figured out how to compress to a really high level is the easiest place to compress. And if I take that away from her, I take away her forceful exhale, EO compression, she has to figure out how to compress elsewhere. Has to. She's got to let that air get out. And I'm going to put her in the exhale phase of respiration as long as I possibly can. I want her to compress as long as possible from everywhere except right there. And then I'm going to have that inhale come in and bucket handle up those ribs a little bit, because they never bucket handle down. If I can bucket handle them up a little bit, cool. And now if I can exhale her and compress her everywhere except right here, the next inhale comes in and it bucket handles them up a little bit more and a little bit more over time. But you might notice, like, I coach her completely different in terms of the way I talk, in terms of the body language I use, in terms of where I position myself. Every subtle detail is thought through, because I'm trying to not ramp up her exhale. I'm trying to bring it down. If I can do that, I win. If I come over, like, wrong attitude. I think about a lot of the times, like, how do you end up working in the area that you work in? It's almost like you work with the same humans that you are in some ways. Like, if you're a strength and conditioning coach, a lot of times you're just working with compressed gas pedal heads, okay? And it's like, it all makes sense. It's like, hey, I like you. Why do you like me? Oh, you're just like me, basically. And then you see other people work in other environments, like, you're just like, you fit into this environment. It makes sense. So if you, like, I try to do everything I possibly can to understand the circumstance and environment so that I can do my best to mold myself into the right sort of state for the change that I'm looking for. All right. And it's just a multifaceted kind of approach with that. But hopefully that made it clear. Anyways, that was the last question. That was the last encore. That's all she wrote. See you later. Perfect.